my god! Well, that wasn't that scary. Wait, am I not doing the right one? No, I think it's the right one. Okay, we're fine. That wasn't that scary. Never been scared by a video game is one. See, Rain, you get me. No, you're going in my nose! You're going in my nose! Okay. Can you chill? Can you go lay down? Can you go sleepy? Can you go sleep? Can you go sleep? You're sleepy, right? Can you go to sleep? Oh, is that Charlie? Oh no. Look what you did. You got your brother out here. Why do you keep laying like that? What a weirdo. Here you go, Patori. I bring you puppy. I'm sorry. I got his butt. I'm sorry. I got his butt. I'm sorry. I hope you had the best birthday today, Patori. Oh my god, I love him so much. Hi, Curly. Hi, Taco Bell. I was like, why am I getting allergic reaction right now? I was like, oh yeah. Oh, I just sneezed at your face. I'm so sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry. I know, Bobby, let go. I'm sorry. It's February. You're doing DoorDash. Nice. Felt. LJ, are we the same person? Draw a new face on the portrait. Yes, Lazel. You're doing it. That's my girl, Lazel. She's on the road to recovery. Vlakith who? Mr. Crowley. This is my Rootsy song because her cat's name is Crowley. And so whenever I hear the song, I think of her crazy cat because her cat is crazy. Hi, everybody! Ginger, first. Cute as a button, not first. Shabby, mwah. Cute as a button, mwah. Cobalt, mwah. Pumpkin, mwah. Rooster, caca, mwah. Supernova, mwah. Jello, mwah. Saucy plague, mwah. Mira, mwah. Everyone say, hello, Mira. Canary, mwah. Chrissy, mwah. English, mwah. Thank you guys for the forehead kisses. Happy Friday. It's Friday? Yeah, today's Friday. Squirtle. Wait, did you guys like my Twitter post? I just posted it right now. But I just tweeted a twat of what are gym leader vibes? I think you guys will like it. I think it's kind of cute. It's Friday, my dudes. It's Friday, my dudes. Hi, Kaya! Saturday for me. Oh, happy weekend. How's the weekend been so far? Pumpkin! Oh, Kaya! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Happy weekend, guys. How you guys are doing? So good. It's been an okay day today. I feel like I got nothing done and then so much done at the same time. Midnight got locked in my basement last night, only for like 6 hours, and she threw up twice and shat on the bed, on the boo beanbag bed, and so I had to wash the cover of that, which is why it looks like different, because I had to I had to fluff it and wash it. So it's nice and clean, which is nice. Yeah, poor Midnight got locked down here because I was down here trying to order Pokemon cards. And whenever I leave the basement, I always, like, shoo the cats upstairs. So we got Jasper right here, who's always right here. And then Midnight is usually right here on the desk. I didn't see her, and so I just assumed that there were no other cats. And I just went straight to bed. Only slept for, like, 5 or 6 hours, so she was only locked down here for that long, but she shat on the bed. Whatever. Really? Is the craft sale tomorrow or this weekend? Is it the whole weekend? I know. She's okay, though, but she's so stupid. Oh, and then every time I came downstairs, guess who, to wash the bedding and to clean down here, because I was so swept down here. Look at me, I did do a lot today. She would come and follow me down here and was like, stupid girl, this is how you get locked down here. Stop going to the basement. Awesome boy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I'm so tired from work, but not tired enough to sleep. Oh, that makes total and complete sense. My entire life is I'm too tired. I'm tired to, like, do anything, but not tired enough to sleep. That's literally my entire life, yes. Thank you! There's a funny story at this. Okay, it's not really funny, but it's a story. I have a story with this. I had this shirt forever ago, growing up. Like, I had this, like, through college. And I'm a 33-year-old lady. I'm a 33-year-old lady, so college was a long time ago. And I ended up needing some cash, and so I sold a bunch of Pokemon stuff, like so many Pokemon things. I just sold it, and this was one of the shirts I sold. And then fast forward to, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years later after I sold it, probably actually maybe not even that long, maybe 3 or 4 years after I sold it, I was like, oh, I really liked this shirt. This shirt was so nice, because I think I was, like, deleting a bunch of pictures on my Instagram, and I was going through, like, a mass delete on my Instagram. And I came across a picture of me in this shirt and was like, fudge, I really miss that shirt. And so I went back to the same shop that no longer had a website, but they had a shop on Etsy. And I bought it again. And now I know to never get rid of it, though. The only thing I hate about this shirt is that it's this, like, super annoying ass, like, cotton material that attracts every piece of fuzz and every piece of hair. So every time I wear it, I'm just, like, covered in my hair, cat hair, fuzz. And then because I was washing that, like, fuzzy beanbag cover, completely just covered in white fuzz. It was just hi, I'm talking about you. It was just it's stimulation. I want to beat it up. But besides that, it's a great shirt. I like how long the crop is. Like, it's not like, because I have, like, huge tits, and usually crop tops are, like, down to here. I have, like, an extra, like, 1.5 inches of crop, which is really nice, because I love crop tops, but I hate that most crop tops end, like, right under my titties. Like, cover the tummy, like, a little bit. Also, hi, gender fluid druid. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Thanks for waiting for me to tell that story. But I'm physically exhausted. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, all the time. Usually happens to me, like, after stream. I can't go to sleep. Also, I haven't washed any of my G Fuel shakers because I'm super lazy. So I'm going to try putting G Fuel in this Slowpoke water bottle that I got from the Target collab. Also, I feel a hair. I feel a hair. Do you guys want to pick a G Fuel flavor for me, or do you want to defer to me? I'm whatever's clever. And then I do have some Pokemon cards to open. I have a tin, a Zacian. Oh, no, it's not a Zacian tin. Who is this? Coradon. I don't really know who he is. I think it's, like, one of the bikes from one of the games. And because I think I had the blue one. Whatever that bike was. And then I have 2 Journey Together packs. Why do you have a jar HP? It's... No! Alright. Now I don't want to drink out of this anymore. It's not pee-pee, but it totally does look like pee-pee. I need to put something in this right now. Rootsy. It totally... Okay, what if I do this? No, that makes... Alright. Strawberry... Okay, I gotta put something in here. Oh, God. No! Strawberry. How about cherry? Does cherry work? Oh, man, you ruined everything, Rootsy. What do you mean? When are you gonna try pee-pee? It's a water bottle. It's water. I cannot wait to tell my sister-in-law what you said, because she's gonna see that and she's gonna be like, oh no. And she's gonna be like, you absolutely right, Ruthie. I hope this works, by the way. Like, I hope the seal on this is nice. Because I'm... Oh, okay. No more pee-pee. No more pee-pee. No, not the Bear Grylls coffee. Coffee, that's really funny. No. Koraidon. Thank you, Cobalt. Our daily penis of the days have started. Who's gonna have the biggest pee-pee? We have Supernova in the lead with 32 inches. This is so much better. Okay. Okay. Well, please don't... Okay. The seal seems nice. I have the Squirtle water bottle upstairs. That's my new bedroom water bottle. My bedtime water bottle. Mira, huge pee-pee. Hi, lady neurotic. Happy weekend. Now it looks like my pee-pee. Huh? Doctor, now. Whoa, big pee-pee. Hi, YBC. Everyone tell YBC how hot and tall and talented and big pee-pee he had. I'm joking. Looking beautiful as always. That's so funny. I was just thinking that about you. Hi, everybody. Rootsy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. YBC. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Actually, I should not give Rootsy forehead kissy because that was really funny. Oh, man. Is, Nuka Cherry, because I have a problem and I'm obsessed with that flavor. Did you guys see the new Dragon Ball flavors that they have? It just went on pre-order today. The Majin Buu collab, and there's a strawberry and banana flavor. Oh, yes sir. You guys know that's my jam. Mama J! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, 62 inches, and that's not even rigged. That's not even rigged. That's legit. Unlike War, who rigs it. Oh, whatever. Lady Neurotic, stop. You're gonna make me blush. I haven't even had my G Fuel yet. I have the biggest pee-pee to hold all the pee-pee. Yeah, to hold all the pee-pee that was previously in this bottle, but now it's a normal water bottle. Let me see your eye makeup. Why? You gonna make fun of it? You gonna tell me, aw, because it's yellow, I got pee-pee. The joke of the day is gonna be pee-pee. Also, yes, I do have to trim my bangs. I did ask. You love it? Do you want to come and kiss me? I just brushed my teeth. So this is gonna taste really weird. I think the yellow in the corners is like one of my favorite things to do. For the makeup. Oh, I just realized I can't see things. Hold on. Who wants a lick? Alright. She's a little messy to drink out of. That's alright. So am I. I'm joking. My sibling gives you forehead kissy? Oh, thank you. This is going to be a little bit messier to drink out of today, but I'm committed. I'm ready. No lipstick marks on it. That's good. Oh, dandelions! I love dandelions. Pokemon cards, Gear, are you ready? Getting messy? We might. To any tequila enjoyers. You want to see what I got? Okay. Did that just say 22 people have Opera GX downloaded? Okay, when we ended stream... It does. When we ended stream on Wednesday, I think we were at 12, weren't we? Who's downloading? I haven't even posted that yet. Maybe it's people that click on my profile! That's awesome. Thank you guys for downloading Opera GX. Also, humble reminder. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll do this for my pin today. For now, until I have something better to do. To think of. What? Gear, think of the 5 stream streak. W streak. Oh, I meant to reply to you. I want to drink anything that isn't fucking Sprite, please. Ugh. Sprite and Mountain Dew and ginger ale make me more sick than the sick that I was already feeling. So, I would not drink that. I'm a tequila enjoyer, so, my Moderator Bravo Penguin, God's favorite princess, I'm pretty sure this is the one that she suggested. All I know is that I saw this picture, and I really hope that this is the one that she suggested. We'll find out if we see her in chat. Grim, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. Grim, I will seriously, like, cry and piss and shit. So, I think if I hit 150 downloads, I get a bonus. So, I am tempted to do a giveaway if we hit 150 downloads. I don't know for what. I do have the Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition. Not the physical copy, because I want to keep this forever. But there's a code for the for this on Steam that maybe I can give away if we hit 150 downloads. I think that'd be kind of cool. Maybe I'll post that in the Discord, because we have until the end of the month to do that. Yeah. So I got this. 80 proof, 40% alcohol, Espolon Tequila Blanco. See, I got this. So, when you say, let's get messy, who knows? Maybe we will. Also, congrats on your 40-inch, watch streak. Thank you so much, Mama J, for the 40 stream streak. That is so hot and tall and talented and handsome of you. I don't mind it, but it's the only thing I can drink for the last 3 days. What about just, like, water? Like, I don't know if that, like, helps break it up a little bit, or does that make you feel sicky? Really? Oh, well then, I hope that we can hit 100. Oh, I just saw a new user. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. 23! So now we just need 127 more people, and then we'll do the giveaway. Hi, Salted Loki. Oh, Salted Loki comes in here and just slams their hog on the counter. What the hell? Also, Salted Loki, mwah, Danny, mwah, Cayman, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Holy big peepee. Was that me? I think so. It had to be you, right? Because you just said you downloaded it, right? Thank you so much. What the fudgies? You just have to download Opera GX. That's all you gotta do. And that's why you're my favorite, Mira. Everyone say hello to Rootsy and Salted Loki and Mira. Oh, really? Garrett. Well, boy, do I have the browser for you. Water hits my tummy. Weird, I'm sicky. Really? Okay. Chroma's awful too. Yeah, that's why I actually swapped to Opera GX like 2 months ago, well before I got the sponsor, and I was like, oh, now you want to sponsor me? Interesting. Oh, I wonder if it was... No, there's no way they could have known. There's no way they could have known. Because it is funny that I just downloaded Opera GX. I was just talking on stream about it. And then, like, 2 months later, hey, you want to sponsor? Like, fuck yeah, I do. Cassidy! Mwah. Or Cassidin, sorry. I called you Cassie last time. Cassidin. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Gear Graham. Mwah. Hello, sweetie. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Danny, did I say thank you for the 50 stream streak? I don't think I did. Thank you for the big, huge, omega stream streak. Is everyone here having the best day like me? Oh, I hope so. Also, hi, Tony. I'm glad you guys like my shirt. Thank you. Oh, okay. Cassidy is correct, or Cass. Hell, Cassie is fine too. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna stick with Cassidy. Unless you want something different. Is Boo in his Boo? Yeah, oh, Boo is in his Boo. But, oh, and Jasper's in his Jasper. Hold on. There we go. So, Midnight pooped on the pillow, or on the beanbag, because she accidentally got locked downstairs, in the basement last night. And so, oh, do you guys want to see? She doesn't have a problem. She has a solution, and it's buying a bunch of Pokemon shit. Shut up. Aren't they so cute? They were only $50, which I know sounds like a lot. But I really wanted them, and I love Crocs. So everyone, shut the fuck up. One of the girls hold a Zach. Wait, hold on. What? One of those holds a Zach Morris phone. What's a Zach Morris phone? Those are cute as fuck. Almost as cute as you are. Why do I keep laughing like Patrick Star? Like this, I swear to God, this started last stream and now I can't stop. What do you want? Oh, I gotta charge my phone. My phone's gonna die. Mariana. Oh. But yeah, Midnight got locked down in the basement, and so she threw up twice and pooped in Boo's bed. And it was a big, stinky poop. And so I had to clean it up, use some, like, anti-pee-pee-poo-poo stain remover spray, and then I washed it. So yeah. Oh, you pissing and shit everywhere too? Oh, okay. Well, at least it's not both of them. It's the brick cell phone. Oh, this one. That's funny. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys noticed my Crocs because I totally forgot about that. So I wanted to show you guys my new Crocs. You've tried Brave, Chrome, Edge, Firefox. Oh, I've never heard of Brave before. Well, hopefully you like Opera GX. Also, thank you for the 10 to Ripstick. Alright, you guys want to see what Pokemon cards we're going to open? Well, I have 2 Journey Together singles. And they have, what's his name? Scovet? Squovet? I'm going to give one of these coins to my sister-in-law because she likes Scovet. She likes the fat squirrel. I was going to show my age of that reference. That's alright. You're not, I'm sure you're not the oldest one here. Well, maybe, until Kyle gets here. I'm joking. Kyle, our unk mod. You're getting drunk? Am I getting drunk? What are you drinking tonight, Coffee? What do you want? Why is Charlie so cute? Back to double digits. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are on Twitter, and I think I posted this on the Discord too, that I hit a random Walmart restock. Who's the unkest mod? Kyle, 100%. Kyle couldn't not be more unk if you tried. Whiskey? What kind of whiskey? Yeah, Kyle, 100%. And I mean that in an endearing way. Like, definitely, dibs on hits. Oh, by the way, Rock Dude, I'm opening Pokemon cards. Oh, Rock Dude, would Pixel Wife want one of these coins? Because I got 2. Oh, Green Dent! Thank you! See, Cobalt is why I keep you around. Uncle Olympics. Shut the front door. We like shillings. Okay. Alms for the poor. Tony, I like the things you do. Hey, Tony! Congrats on VIP. You're the one and only VIP. The one and only stream. Make it great. Alright, and now I want to go to the mod chat where Raven made a Who Stole the VIP. Perfect. Tony Stark 31. Boop. Cool. Is that the Spades system? I'm just joking. Spades is the most unk mod that we have. I'm joking. Welcome in, Raiders. I want to tell you how proud I am of your streaming consistently. You want in on the mod chat? No, you don't. It's just me making fun of my brother the entire time. I'm joking. I don't think my brother has been referenced once in the mod chat. Sorry. Everyone go follow Spades! Spades, please tell me you hit your 1,300 followers, because I swear to God I'm going to lose it if you didn't. You did! Twice! Oh my God, and then someone unfollowed, but then we hit again. Yes! Alright, well now I need 100 people to follow Spades so we can get Spades to 1,400 followers. Alright, who's going to be 1301? Do I hear 1302? 1303, 1303, 1304, 1304? Do I hear 1305? How many people? I thought you were cool. Oi, Shamoy. No, guys, get your alt accounts and start following. That's so funny, Spades. Oh my God. Okay, I've seen that happen. Cause the follower account, the Twitch follow account, that's so funny. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Raiders, we are gonna be opening up some Pokemon cards. Cobalt, how do I say it? Koraidon. Is this Koraidon? I'm not sure what packs are in here. Let's see. Whoa! Oh, that's so exciting! Okay, well, first of all, the promo card. Koraidon. We're going to open up some Pokemon cards, and then we're going to do some DBD, and then we're going to do probably some Expedition 33. But everyone needs to go follow Spades, and Spades, please, go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and babies, go eat, go pee, go boo, go stretch, go drink. Please go eat. Oh, my God, yeah. Please wash your face. Yeah, little gun, do it! Koraidon. You must go through 7 trials before beholding, and Kyle has to give him the trials. Also, Panda Monster, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you guys so much. Oh, and then I have a code card for my brother. Yeah, Miradon! Yeah, that's the one that I... What game is that, Mira? Because that's the one that I have, Miradon. I don't have this guy. I have Miradon. I have the blue one. Violet! Okay, so this... What's the other one? What's the other color? Violet and what? Scarlet. What would I do without you? See, this is why I keep Mira around. Ah! What noise is opera making for you? Hey, Rock dude, what the hell? What the hell? Yeah, you're right. Scarlet and Violet. See, I don't know what I would do without you, Mira. I really don't. But we have, oh, there's 5 packs in here. Oh my god. There's 3 packs of Destined Rivals, 2 Journey Togethers, and then there's gonna be 2 more Journey Togethers because I'm gonna open up these singles. And then my brother wants the shilling. The shilling. Alright, code card for the brother. Scrafty card for me. Oh, that's true. He's not used to you guys. I'll zoom in, too, when we get there. Jesky! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, Goosey. Oh, do your thing, Little Gone. Little Gone, thank you so much for getting your alt and following Spaces. And it's so hot and tall and talented and handsome of you. Also, Little Gone. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. If I've missed anyone's channel points or messages, please let me know. I'm so sorry if I missed anyone's stuff. Bravo, Big One! Oh, yeah, everyone say Glizzy in chat. Can we all 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 say Glizzy in chat? My brother thinks the word Glizzy is the funniest thing that's ever happened. The Unk is here! Hi, Kyle. Also, Bravo, Big One! Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up, Brad? Brad, I hope you're having the best time today. Also, God's favorite princess. Look what I got. Look what I got at the liquor store. What? Look what I got at the liquor store. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, Boo's really blended in today. Lizard Glizzy is crazy. Also, Brad. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Everyone say, hi, Bravo Penguin! Terrible tequila? Well, to be fair, Rock Dude, every tequila is terrible because tequila is terrible in general. But this is the one that Bravo Penguin suggested. Cat or dog? Panda, because Jasper's here too. I will judge you on your decision. My brother is the one, cold black coffee. So Rock Dude is my brother, and Rock Dude is the one that has a Malort tattoo. So you know my Malort emote? He has a tattoo of that, but with Gengar holding a bottle of Malort instead. I think he's put it in the Discord before, I think. But you probably have to scroll like really far back. Oh yeah, and a Malort flag in his bar. He has a whole bar in his basement. It's really dope. Orange Fanta? Was it like one of the fancy like Call of Duty ones? Yeah, okay. I am down for some Jasper tweets. Jasper! And then Charlie will get some too because Charlie's weird. Yeah. Take your cat cheat, you freak. Alright, Jasper, come here. Jasper, come. Come here. Come here. No, gotta come. No, you gotta come. Come! Jasper! Jasper! Come here. Yeah, good dog. Up. Oh, good puppy. Here's a big one, Charlie. Oh, W, bravo, Mom. Feels so good. Oh, is that the sticker? Oh, wait, for me, for Pokemon? Ellie! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, you're so cute. Oh my god, I love when you use his little paw to grab me. I'm gonna throw up. I refuse. Okay, that was it. Shoo. See you in 10 minutes. Okay. You just reposted the tattoo? Perfect. So you guys in the Discord, you guys can see the tattoo. Thanks for posting that, Rock Dude. Oh, Boo's like, where? No, Boo will be fine. Boo will get more TREATSs, I'm sure. I need the Five Nights at Freddy's promo Fanta. Oh my god, I have that! I have the Zero Sugar Fanta one for that one. Is it really, Rock Dude? We're still going to that, right? I meant to ask when that was, or like double check when that was. All right. I'm so gassed that there's Destined Rivals in here. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's because I washed it, and so the beanbag thing is so white now, so he blends in so much better better today. Look how fluffy it is. I mean, we already got tickets, okay. As long as you're driving. Yeah, and I'm so surprised that there were so many, like, cases of this. Nobody wanted the tins. They just wanted the ETBs. I was 5 people away from getting an Ascended Heroes or Destined Rivals ETB. I was 5 people away. But my dad was so cute. I freaked out. You want tins? Should have went to Walmart. There were more. I did want to clear it out, but I want to look like a scalper. There were a bunch more of these, like, singles, though. There were a ton more. But again, I didn't clear it out. I should have. But, what was I going to say? I made my dad stay in line because I didn't know that there was going to be a restock. I just happened upon it. And I asked some of the guys in line, because some of them had, like, a couple of them had a 10 or 1 or 2. And other people were just, like, standing in line waiting for the ETBs. And I said, oh my God, are there any more in the aisle? And then some people said, yeah, just some tins or anything like that. And was like, just some tins? Me, haven't found any tins since 2021. And I'm just like, running to the toy aisle, and there was so much. I sent my brother a selfie of me holding from my tummy to my chin, holding all of these tins. I did post a picture on Twitter. What's up, Haku? Mwah. Creative Mentalist, thank you so much for the raid. I am so sorry, raiders. An ad is literally about to start. I am so sorry. I did not hit snooze because I'm a bad person. But hi, Creative, how was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you getting up to? Will we have big money soon? Are you telling me that I should not open these? No, because I have 2 more tins. I'm going to open them because you guys are going to give me good luck, right? Creative Mentalist. Which one should I open first? Destined Rivals or Journey Together? Red or blue? Creative Mentalist? Creative Mentalist is a mentalist. So they'll know what has a hit. What should I open first? Cynthia's Garchomp. No one cares about Journey Together. Isn't there a Clefairy card in Journey Together? Which means I care about Journey Together. What am I stuck on? Oh, okay. We were initially playing a shorter indie game, but I wasn't playing it, so I switched to Fortnite. Yum! We love Fortnite. You love Pokemon cards? Alright, we're gonna open up a Journey Together. Alright. So we have 3 Clefairy packs and then 1... whatever that little fat fuck is. So, Team Rocket's Mewtwo is the chase. Okay, for Destined Rivals. What's the chase for Journey Together? I don't care. The chase is whatever Clefairy is. But Creative Mentalist, thank you so much for the raid! If anybody needs to go raid and run, please make sure to do so. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. I visited a dispensary today, and after 25 milligrams of it, about 4 hours ago, I'm cruising! Wait, APOS, what did you take? 25 milligrams of what? Also, Reaper! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Clefairy? Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. Regardless of what was in there, I was gonna want Clefairy no matter what. Alright. What am I doing? Alright. Code card for Rock Dude. Energy card for me! Alright. Please go eat something. I hope you had the best stream ever. Thank you so much for the raid. You're so sweet. Seriously, thank you so much. I hope you had the best stream ever. Guys, so if we get Clefairy, I'm going to end stream. Do you guys mind? Do you guys mind? If I just end stream and just, like, piss and shit in and whatever myself? Petcha! Oh, focus. Focus. Try it again, sister. I really don't want to open them this close, but I guess we're going to have to. Minchino! Guys, don't look at my nails. I haven't painted them in a while. Petlil. Pillow Swine. Also, I think this is like my 2nd ever Journey Together pack I'm opening, so all of these look new to me. Oh no, she unfocused. Oh, this is better. I like this better. Okay, good. Wizard! Oh, this card is cute! Oh, I like this art. That's pretty. I like that one. Ruffian. Chinchino. But what did you take, APODs? Like Delta 8, Delta 9? Ew, Grimmsnarl, I hate this entire line. Like Grimmsnarl and whatever its line is, I hate it. I don't know, it just, ugh, I hate him so much. Canopy! Oh, such a cutie pie! Oh, and look at the little decoration there. It's so pretty. Oh! Blaziken is my top 3 favorite evolution. Top 3. Besides Charizard and Feraligatr. No way. My brother said he wants the hits, but my brother can also go fuck himself. You actually like that line, the grimace snarl? You would. You have bad taste. Oh, he's so cute. I love him. Oh, you did Delta 9? Oh, so you cruising. That's awesome. Well, I pause. Love that for you. Okay, well, we got one hit. Yippee. Should I stop there? Stop while we're ahead? I'm not going to stop. You can't make me. All right, you're going to go right there. Oh, the Caterpie is so cute. Look at, like, the little leaf on the bottom. Oh, Mogrim. That's the other one. Keep going. You like that one, at you. All right, well, I'll do the rest of the Journey Togethers, and then we'll do the 3 Destined Rivals. Rip until illustration rare. Okay. You think so too, Mira? I think they're yucky. 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 Holy Diver. Also, I like the energies from this because they have, like, this fracture to it. And I think that's very pretty. Wilmer! Oh, just like me, Sweet Pea. Tadbulb. Crabarette! Oh, I think sister-in-law already has this. Florigato! Look at how pretty this art is. I have a whole kitty cat, like, I have, like, a bunch of kitty cat pages in my binder. I cannot wait to show my brother and my sister-in-law my binder. You guys gonna make fun of me, but, and Speepy! They're gonna make fun of me because of my choice of what I have in my binder, but I think I like my binder. I think it's a dope binder. Oh, Dino! Oh, such a precious little baby. If it weren't for Clefable, you'd be up there. Cool font. Was that it? Oh, there's one more. Ludicolo! I like this guy. I've always been a Lotad enjoyer, not so much a Lombre enjoyer, but I do like Ludicolo. Super cute. Wait, I think I saw, did Leon's Bones come to chat, or am I crazy? Did I black out? No. Why did I think Leon's Bones is in chat? Just thinking about Leon's Bones, apparently. Alright, so that was pack number 2. He was weird in Pokemon Stadium 2. Who, Ludicolo? Ludicolo is just a weird guy. Hey, Rock Dude, did you download Opera GX yet? Yup! What's up, homie? Yup, happy weekends. Go to your laptop and download Opera GX right now. Nope, won't download it. Dad's gonna download it. You don't love me? Hi, Panda Pants! Panda Pants, happy weekend. We're opening up some Pokemon cards, and we're going to play some DBD, and then we're going to do some Clear Obscure. Oh, do you guys want to see what it was? Sure, we'll do it. Swinub. Swinubby. Focus. I really don't... No, don't focus up there. Okay. I was like, I don't want to hold it that close. Shelmet. Shelgon! I love me my dragons. I was gonna make a dragon page, but I haven't yet. Milcery, love Milcery because Alchemy is top 10 for me. Regice, my favorite of the ice, or the Reggie, excuse me. Corviknight! Corviknight is such a dope Pokemon. I don't really like this art though, because you can't really like see it. Like it's like all the way back there, his face. I really love Corviknight though. Another Spike Energy. I hate Mr. Mime. He creeps me out. Oh my god. Worst pack ever. Impidimp and Mr. Mime. Oh my god. That was like the worst pack we could have opened. That was so gross. You mean Ash's dad? My, Mr. Mime. Yucky. Your top 3 starters are Sceptile, Fraligator, and Typhlosion. I think I prefer Hisuanian, or Hisuan, whatever you want to call it. The ghost Typhlosion over normal Typhlosion for me. It got smaller. Yeah, same. Yikes. I love Fraligator. I have a sleeping Totodile plushie on my couch that I, like, hold on to every day. Because I'm autistic and I can. Oh, really? Loki, that's actually really cool. Oh, really? I don't know if there's any Snorlaxes in this pack. I don't know. Je ne sais pas. Yo no sé. This is our last Journey Together pack. Paras. Aww. Paras. Milcery again. Does anyone know if there's alchemy in this pack? Oh! Paldean Wooper. So cute. Little mud boy. Oh, Gingino! Toadscruel. I don't know how I feel about this Pokemon. I like the tentacle. I don't know how I feel about Toadscruel. Darment. I don't like this one either. I don't know, he's creepy. Postwick. Sanaconda. Again, another one's like kind of weird. Oh, Hops. A Dubwool! Does sister-in-law have this? Does Disco Chicken have this one? I'm sure she does, right? Hops a Dubwool. He's Angie. Angie boy. No Clefairy. Time to kill myself. Oh, thanks, Panda Monster. Oh, thank you guys. Fuck your sheep. Double's greedy. Double's super cute. Yeah, and Hop is like the most annoying character ever. Did you really, A-Pause? Hell yeah. 97% vibe? Brag about it. I don't even know if I know how Toadscruel hops. They don't make many Snorlaxes. I found my Relaxo Snorlax, which is what? The Italian Snorlax? My brother really wants it. Cool, Cam. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Alright, so now we have 3. Keep ripping. I have 3 packs left. That's it. That's all I'm going to allow myself to open today. Rock Dude, do you like how I had 2 illustration rares on the 2 packs that I opened off stream yesterday? And today I've had nothing. I don't know. The Blaziken's pretty dope. I'm pretty happy with the Blaziken because I think I need her for my... I actually need this card for my binder. For my starters binder. Hop is the little brother of Leon. Like, Leon! Or... There are 13 Dustox cards? If it didn't happen on stream, it didn't happen. I literally texted it to you. What do you mean? Alright, we have the Garchomp, Ho-Oh, and then Mewtwo. I think we'll open them in that order. Garchomp, then Ho-Oh, then Mewtwo. Who has the biggest PP? I think it's Salted Loki with 65 PPs. It was like the first, I think it was the first thing that Loki said in chat. I think they redeemed Forehead Kissy. And then, oh my god, Mr. Weird, those emotes are so cute. Stop. I'm obsessed. This might be... Can we do a special stream for Cast Rising? Oh, do you want to come over and open them? Because I do have a bunch pre-ordered. And I'm gonna try to get some more for you. This is my 2nd or 3rd pack of Destined Rivals opening. Yeah, only if you guys are good, you guys can get a Pixel Pro stream. Mischief. Dolive. So cute. Oh, lovely. Gabites. Oh! Oh, I love Quilava. Oh, so cute. TM Machine. Hi, Benny. Hippodon. Where are we all talking caps and he tells us to calm down? Wait, with my brother? Or grab. Get this card out of here. He was all over Champion's Path too, and Champion's Path is like the set that I had like the most cards of, and like I could not stop opening like more. Rattata. Oh, I love this card. Look at the little designs at the bottom. So pretty, so pretty. And Annihilate, which is what Primates something, right? Evolution, which I think is so weird. I don't like this one. Scary. That's super scary, no? His name is Annihilate? That's terrifying. Focus. Alright, we'll pretend it says Annihilate. That made your pee-pee small. Turtwig and Pokemon Ranger for DS. Always run into dungeons, and we have to goddamn bail his stupid ass out like a junkie. Wait, what? Bro, do you even know Pokemon? No. I don't think I ever finished Violet, and that's the last one I played. I'm excited for Winds and... Waves? I need to switch too, though. Oh, Remy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Alright, we're opening up Ho-Oh now. Wait. Oh. Is that a joke or is that canon, Mira? You hate Turtwig so much? The new starters are trash? No, the new starters are so cute. Is it really, Mira? Oh, that's sad. Oh, do you hear Charlie? Yeah, that's Charles. The windows are open, so he's probably barking at anybody walking by. Turtwig is the best? Really? I didn't know you're a Turtwig enjoyer. Oh, someone's at my front door. That's why. You hate Turtwig? Well, more for us then. Oh, Rotom. Ugh. Rotom is such a weird Pokemon. I'm pretty sure Shabby likes him, though. MC's hype. Porygon 2. I love all the Porygon lines, but Porygon OG is the best. Pupitar. Hell yeah. Team Rocket's Giovanni. Oh! Look at how pretty. I love this card. Little Arcanine action. Oh, this art is really pretty. I really like this one. Oh, now I need the Growlithe. Abyssno. My little baby Goyle. Oh, I'm gonna die. She's so cute. Metang. Oh, and Team Rocket Zapdos. Oh, hell yeah, brother. This is Destined Rivals. Yes, I have one more pack to open of Destined Rivals. I have gotten no hits. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't got a single hit. Your luck is trash. Rock Dude, I told you. I literally told you. I only get good luck when I open off stream. I need this sexy Mega Lucario S-I-R or S-A-R. I haven't opened any Ascended. Oh, no, we did open 2 Ascended on stream. Off stream doesn't count? Shut up. Yes, it does. Mr. Where Those Evils are so cute. Are you really, Gear Grim? Good luck. This is like the first or second time I've opened Destined Rivals. Nikki, mwah, thank you for a kissy. Is there any other Giovanni besides Team Rocket one? No, I think it's just being redundant. Team Rocket's Giovanni. You mean just Giovanni? Sorry if I missed anyone's messages. It's gonna be in here. Giovanni's Mewtwo's gonna be in here. Duncan! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright, can you guys kiss this? Can you guys kiss it? Can you get some, like, Shadow Heart praise? Any, like, pray emotes or whatever emotes? Whatever energy you need to put in here. That there's gonna be some sort of, like, any sort of hit. Last pack magic, last pack luck. I can have? Absolutely not. In mine. Hi, Sammy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Gold Lucario. Is there Gold Lucario in Destined Rivals? I haven't looked up anything that's in Destined Rivals or Ascended because I know I'm never going to be able to get them. So I never really looked them up. Meto. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for Jinx? Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Are you ready for Mega Evolution? Oh, okay. I think I opened some of them. A Nidorina. Not quite a Nidorino, but I'll take it. Baltoy. Just like one slight little hit. Sudowoodo. I'll take one slighty little hit and I'll be happy. Scoopet! Oh, so cute. Does Pixel Wife need this one? Team Rocket's Venture Bomb. Oh, a different art for him. A different Toad Scrool. I like this one better than the other one. My God, look at you. Oh, I love him so much. I love you. Oh. I love Golbat. Primeape. Love that for us. Man, our luck sucked today, guys. I'm going to open another one. Think I won't? Cynthia's Phoebos. Oh, I already have this one. I got so excited. I forgot I already have it because my brother gave it to me. But yay! Oh, Crobat, my second favorite Pokemon. Oh, look at how pretty he is. Oh, our luck is totally okay. I want that one. Oh, so you gave, we're just gonna trade each other Crobats because you gave me one and I have to give it to you back. You didn't give me an extra one? You gave me one? Is that a TAG? No. Marta, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, I did my whole grading thing. It was a pretty, like, mid experience. Oh my God, Panda, your pee-pee keep going down. When I was cleaning my apartment last week, I found literally 20 open packs of the McDonald's. Do you really? 2011 and 25th anniversary? What? What? I got home while ago from watching Mortal Kombat 2. Yes! Wasn't it such a good movie? Oh my God, AJR, hell yeah. My brother and I got to see it early. And it was so good. It was so much fun. Such a fun movie. Am I right? Do I still have the stuff here? Oh, I do. They gave us, well, here we go. Katana's fan. And then, Luke Cage's, Uncaged Fury.
Pick size so many
Chloe!
months.
Chloe, thank you for continuing your gifted sub from Eclipsed. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes ad free view and your sub badge. I do not care about them. I know someone who cares about them. Tag slabs are sick. I'm kind of over the grading thing. I did it in 2022. I was like over it. Especially now, because everyone and their mother is grading it. It's going to take like 6 months for you to get all of your packs back. Or your cards back. Did you really, AJR? That's awesome. Hey, 10 inches is pretty impressive. Man. Oh, whatever, yummy yummy. Liar! No, you! Who do you know that cares about McDonald's cards? 6 to 7 inch PP? Mazel tov. Hex milk. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy, but welcome in, yummy yummy. Welcome, welcome. You want my Burger King gold? I don't remember what of the Burger King Pokeballs that I have. I might have them behind me. I just don't remember. Must rip until IR. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Oh my god, you scared the hell out of me, Jasper. I don't know. What if I open one upstairs and it's illustration rare? Do you guys want more Pokemon cards? Yes or no? 1's in chat for more Pokemon cards. 2's in chat for more DBD. Panda, cat or dog? You guys gonna make me a Pokemon streamer again? I'm wishing you the best of luck, Cobalt. Also, Goddess. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Doggy! Alright, I'll go get more. That's okay. You just finished an interview? Well, I hope you had the best luck in your interview. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Boost for you. That was not for you, JoJo. It was way too big for you. Lulu. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope you had good luck in your interview. Also, Goddess. Mwah. Chloe, I hope you're doing so good today. No, Jinx, do you want my Jolteon lip gloss from ColourPop? I love this one. Yummy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You got me that perfect order. Yeah, it's on my door handle right now. Oh, 25 downloads. Thank you for another person that downloaded Opera GX. You're so hot. Thank you. Yeah. I actually have a perfect order ETB to open as well. But I think I'm going to open another 10 because apparently these 10s have Journey Together and Death and Rivals. So I kind of want to do that. And I kind of want to get my heart broken some more. What do you guys think? Oh, Rock Dude, look what I'm drinking my G Fuel out of. Hey, my Slowpoke battle. Mwah. I'll have to go and buy some. I don't know if ColourPop still has any in stock. Chloe, Tony Stark stole it. Iron Man stole it at the beginning of the stream. Alright, let me go get another Pokemon tin. I was gonna save it. Alright, so here are the illustrations. So I opened 2 packs last night. I opened, what did I open? 1 Mega Evolution, because I got it from a vending machine. I got 1 Mega Evolution pack from a vending machine. And I don't remember what else I opened. Rock Dude will know because I texted him. And these are the 2 illustration rares that I got out of the 2 packs I opened off stream. And how many did we get out of the 7 packs we opened today? None. So I just have better luck off stream. Are you going to? Hi, Raven! Everyone say hi, Raven. I'm sorry, I walked away. You must have said hello right as I walked away. I'm so sorry, Angel. Jarvis did it? Oh, they still have it! Yay! Okay, good. Also, Otaku. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, you don't have to, Panda Pants, but I'm not gonna say no if you, like, force me to take it. Thank you for saying hello to Raw Raven. Werewolf. Alright, we're only gonna open one, because I gotta save some more for maybe for tomorrow, too. So what do you guys think? Xerneas or Dialga? 1's for Xerneas, 2 for Dialga. What do you guys want to open? There are 4 booster packs in each one. 2? Do you like the empty tins? Yes, I keep them. I keep every single one of them. Every single one of them. It's bad. 2? 2? Alright, yeah, so fuck Xerneas, I guess. I would have voted for Xerneas. Really? Can you send me a picture? I want to see. Because I just want to see. Aw. No, sell. Wait, what about the Dialga? I'm going to sell the Dialga. I have a Dialga and a Xerneas. I'm going to open the Dialga. I guess there's a Kyorgi one as well. You know what? I actually think that there was one at the Walmart. And I think I just, like, must have blacked out and didn't grab it. Because I should have grabbed that one. You want Dialga? Oops. Oh, really? Oh, Loki, no rush. I saw a 3D file online where you can use it as a deck and dice holder, which is... Oh, that is dope. I put all my bulk in them. Oh, that's fair. That's fair, Loki. This Dialga is super cool. She's so pretty. Very pretty. Paralyzed when the creature comes alive. Oh! More Destin Rivals? Holy shit. I don't know why all those people were, like, left those on the shelf. Freaks. I have 2 Destin Rivals and 2 Journey Togethers. It's exciting. I put my favorite MTG deck in a Pokemon deck box because I'm a troll. So it's Grim Grin in a Pokemon deck box. I think I have some Yu-Gi-Oh cards in a Pokemon tin as well. 6 5-inch binders full of Pokemon cards, not counting commons or energies. Oh my god, I love that. There's 2 sets no one cares about? Everyone loves Destin Rivals. What do you mean? Right? Don't they? Oh, Taku, thank you for the 100 stream streak. Can we get some W's in chat for that huge ass stream streak? Biggest butt here. Huge ass. W. Thank you, Mr. Ware. I think we'll just do, what, Destin Rivals, Journey Together, Destin Rivals, Journey Together. We'll do that. Thank you guys for the W's. You guys are so hot for that. Alright. Oh, this one has Charbuck on it. So that's good luck, right? I love Arbok. Evolving Skies. I had a lot of Evolving Skies back in the day. I never got, like, that good Umbreon, but I got a good Umbreon. And then Energy. Ooh, it's got that crackle. Oh, I knew that. Okay, this is Destin Rivals. Ooh, another Gabite. Another Quilava. Another Nidorina. A Baltoy. Who the fuck is this? Ogerpon? The fuck is that? Hypno? So dope. Hypno's such a cool Pokemon. Sacred Ash. I have a full art of this one. Darchic! Oh, she's so cute. Oh, so cute. A Baltoy. Oh, and another Rocket Zapdos. I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. Oh, I have the whole set, Jinx, if you can believe it. I don't know if they have the whole set available anymore, but I did got the whole set a year ago. Oh, no, Panda Pants. At least they're safe, right? Oh, and we're going to open a pack of Journey Together now. All right. Ugh. I just saw the first card. Ugh. I also keep all my sleeves, too, so I try to keep them as pretty as I can, so I keep all the sleeves. I don't know why. I kept all my vintage ones, too. Electric. Wookie, wookie, wookie. Ugh. 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 Oh, hi, Show Tiger. Meow. Oh, get this out of my face. Lechonka. Yeah, sure. Is it blurry? I feel like it's kind of blurry. I never got Animal Crossing amiibos. I'm so jealous. Cubone. Oh, this art is so cute. I like that. Jaltic. Verizon. Hop's Choice Band. Articuno. I have a really cool full art of this one. Illustration art of this one. Delmise. I should think it was from Journey Together. It's really pretty. Clink. Oh, and Reshram. I like Reshram. I have a really cool one from the 25th anniversary. I have Reshram and whatever the black one. I have really cool like full arts of those. Spades, thank you for the 35 strip streak. Any good pulls? No, like nothing. It's been awful. And Rock Dude, I'm not opening any more after this. I have to save some for tomorrow. I'm so cool, honestly. Obviously. Oh, thanks, Show Tiger. I don't know why. Whenever I put this in the corner of my eyes, I always feel super pretty. But apparently it doesn't bring me any Pokemon luck. Alright, so our last pack of Destined. And then we have one more Journey Together. At least my brother's getting a bunch of code cards. Oh my god! I haven't seen a Pichu card in 84 years. Tauros. Morpeko! Marnie. I remember her from Champion's Path. Team Rocket's Larvitar. Houndoom! Oh, such a pretty card. Salsa Loki would like this card. Energy Recycler. I know, Jasper. I know. Metacham. Another Tauros. Oh! Oh! Look at her! Is this Misty's Lapras? Is that who it says? It does say that. Oh, I can finally stop opening packs. I'm joking. I can finally stop opening packs because now I pulled my illustration rare. Yay! Yippee! Oh, and Roserade! So that was our first illustration rare. All day. If you could believe it. Oh, she's so pretty! Wow. I love it. So pretty. The whole set as in Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon. Oh no, like the whole collection. Like the entire collection. I rusted as they have a small lake. Oh, I forgot we were playing this song. I like this song. Nothing crazy about me. It's a wet Pokemon. And how? Alright, so we have one pack left. What do you guys think? Should we open this one? Oh, really? I like this card. Or, I like this color. How's the pulls? Temporal. They've been shite. That's our only, like, good pull of the night. Rip it! Let her rip! Beyblade! I think I still have my Beyblade somewhere. Alright. Clefairy, right? It's a Clefairy? We're getting a Clefairy in here? Sorry, my throat is killing me. Alright, code card goes to my brother. It's electric. No, it's dark. Man. Alright. Beldum. Bagon. These dicks. Winkle. Togedemaru. I've never said this name out loud. Togedemaru. I've never said it out loud before. Brock! Oh! What's up, Brock? Volcarona. This is a dope art. Hello? That art is so pretty. No way! Alolan Marowak. I love this Pokemon. I'm not crazy about this art, though. I feel like the art could have been better. Oh! Another Hops Dubwool. Clefairy, 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 Clefairy. Oh. These packs suck. I like rock. Oh, someone tell Rootsy. Big dog. Big doggy. Maractus. Well, we got one. You gotta buy more packs to rip. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I don't want to open them. It's because I can't find any in store. That's why I was so excited when I saw these. You can use your Beyblades and go to tournaments. Nah. I haven't gotten into Pokemon yet. I just do Magic Gathering and GCG. What's GCG? Ograpon is always female, and her story is a pheasant, dog, and a monkey. All three of those males basically pulled her, so her adopted human dad-like figure made mass for her. Oh, wait, let's go back. Hold on. Because that was like a weird-ass Pokemon. Where are you? Where are you? Was it from the first pack? Here we go. Ograpon. Interesting. Interesting. Teal mask. So I assume there's other colored masks for it? Oh, Gundam! Oh, okay. Also, Leon's moans. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, I don't know why I thought I saw you in chat earlier. I was like, and then you weren't there. I was like, oh. I was like, did I manifest it? Everyone say hi, Leon's moans. I hope you're doing so good, sweet angel. Alright, I'm gonna put these upstairs and I have to pee really quick. Do you guys mind? Person, wait, the Pokemon cards? No! Oh! I haven't seen my Beyblades in like 84 years, but they have to be somewhere, right? Alright, I'm gonna go put these upstairs. I'm gonna go pee really quickly. Do you guys mind? Oh, is that? that we just made them come in the chat? Oh, whoa! See, I collect those coins. Wait, you don't have to give it to me. The Pikachu one. I'm gonna throw up. Alright, I'll be right back. And, we'll save some more Pokemon cards for tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'll open more. Tomorrow. J-Bug's coming. Both of them! We might have to run. Oh! Let's go! I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Roselle. Ah, no, we gotta go. Oh, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go. Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh God, Circle Pit is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah, it's just like that that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Did I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. She vaults. Ooh! Okay. Oh! Oh, I thought for sure she was getting that. That's right. I think I get this. Yeah, this is fine. taking chase, by the way. When we have Zerbs, J-Bug, and Lily Pie here. Why is it I am taking chase? Okay. You know what? I panicked a little bit. Wish I had quick gambit. You gotta break this paella, lady. You gotta break this paella. There she goes. We gotta go, we gotta go. I don't know where my homies are at. Oh, oh no! Alright, well. Thank you so much, Ray, truly. Thank you so much. I bought milk. Oh, don't talk about milk in front of, don't talk about milk in front of Sloth. That's a pretty sensitive topic for him. Hey. Hey. I'm funny, chat. I'm funny. Oh, God. So you'll never guess what just got delivered. More Pokemon cards! Actually, just one pack. It's the like mini portfolio. Let her rip with phantasmal flames. I bought this third party, so I hope it's okay. Like, I hope it's not like resealed. Also, Canary, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Shabby, thank you for the 85 stream streak. Jordan, mwah. Leanne Smoke, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. I did buy this third party. Pretty decent price, so I hope it's okay. Ugh. We'll see. I really like the mini binders. Like, they're so pretty because they got Gengar and Charizard and what is it, Dancy? Is that her name? Did you really? Painted Pants, shut the front door. Painted Pants, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I'm crossfaded for Friday Fun Day. I like that. I like the sound of that. Shabby, I did almost play Atlas Trials today. Almost. Almost. Alright, so we're gonna open up and then we'll be done. Mega Evolution Phantasmal Flames. I think I've opened one before. Where'd my Lapras? Oh, there she is. Okay. Where'd Lapras go? Of the tiger. Pull that Zard. Yeah, okay, buddy. Have you seen? You know, I should have opened off stream. That's what I should have done, and then I would have pulled it. Fighting. Long stream? No. Lombre! My least favorite of the 3 of the evolution line. Oh, guys. There she is. Duraludon. That art is crazy. The fisting energy. Gligar! I love Gligar. Gligar's dope. Bryn Bloop! Shut up, Jasper. Don't answer your bitch. That's a menu. Ludicolo! Hell yeah, Ludicolo. Haunch Crow. Love him. I loved that Murkrow got an evolution. Wondrous Patch. Murkrow! Speak of the devil. Dawn. Genesect. Butt cheeks. I do love Murkrow, though. The Dawn card is really pretty. It's really pretty. I love the sheen. I love how there's, like, nothing at the bottom. It's just sheen and shiny. This Murkrow art. Let me look at the Honchkrow. These are really pretty. I don't know which one I like better. What are you doing, bitch? Sorry, that was to my cat. I'm a big Murkrow enjoyer. Do you think God Pack? Well, there's only, like, what, 2 things that have God Packs, right? It's Prismatic and Ascended, and I don't have any Ascended. And then I did get my prismatic ETB in yesterday that I got from Target earlier this week. But I'm not gonna open that. That's gonna get me through. That's gonna get me through. Oh, whatever. Ugh. Hold on, my brother just texted me. Alright. Okay. Is that an Evital? That's 2 Evitals! I don't have either of those Evitals. Damn. And that's from Perfect Order, you said? You said you do it at ETB, right? 151? Oh, I've never seen 151. I've never seen 151 in person. And, so it's Prismatic, Ascended, and 151. They have God Packs. I've never seen a God Pack in my life before. Got me a drinky of vodka and watermelon dragon fruit juice. Sip. That sounds yummy. Do you want to see what I got from the liquor store, Shabby? Well, thanks for letting me open up Pokemon cards, guys. Also, thanks Amazon for just delivering that. I got some gross ass tequila. Oh, I got a cute Lycanroc card, Rootsy. Or just the God Pack. Yes. Never seen either of them. What should I eat? Grilled cheese.
Yes. Spicy water. Why is it spicy?
Delicious gross tequila.
Blech.
Yeah, so I'll take shots for the usuals that I'm not going to say because it's against TOS to say. So I'm just not going to say it. I'll take shots for things. Suspicious things. Also, I'm drinking my G Fuel out of my Slowpoke water bottle from the Target collab. Because I haven't washed any of my shakers. Can chat say it?
No.
Around me. Oh, but like grilled cheeses are so good. Tequila was my liquor of choice in my thought days. I'm reformed, and it's whiskey and vodka and moonshine. Oh, okay. So I did, on God, I did look at the moonshine in the liquor store yesterday. Nothing looked good. Not a thing looked good. Everything looked disgusting. Oh, no! I have to go back upstairs. Man. I guess it didn't work out today, so I might as well just keep running up and down my stairs. Alright. Boo, don't look at me like that. Alright. So, I did get, because I couldn't possibly commit to getting a whole bottle of disgusting-ass moonshine that you guys wanted me to get. I couldn't commit to it. I got 2 minis. So, I'm pretty sure you guys told me to get banana moonshine. So I got this Old Smoky... Oh, banana pudding. Pretend it says banana pudding. And then I got Old Smoky apple pie. So I got these. So. Yeah. Well, these are just, yeah, these are the jars. Yeah, they got like mason jars. That was you, Panda Pants. All right, well, I got this because of you. You love moonshine? Okay. What moonshine flavors am I supposed to be looking at? Because they all looked disgusting. Hi, Spartan! Also, what's up, Pain? Mwah. Thank you for the 4 I can see. What's up, Kill Switch? Yeah, Boo blends in really well to the bed. He really does. If I leave all these Pokemon cards in my bed, do you think they'll attract a girlfriend for me? You just turn around and I'm just like, hello. I hear tequila, I've been summoned. Tequila. Because I personally am not a fan of the paint thinner taste. All alcohol tastes like paint thinner. Did you get the pickle juice moonshine? No, but I have had that one before. Ah! A bubble, no you. I really dislike both moonshine and bananas, so you made me get this. So you made me get this because you hate moonshine and bananas. The pecan one is the best? They had a bunch of these mini ones, but they're like $3 each, so I only got 2. They were either $3 or $4 each. I love jet fuel. Panda pants? I didn't know you hated me that much. I have 760 blood points. What the hell? Broke much. That's funny. Oh, whatever, Panda Pants. I hope you enjoy that moonshine. We'll see. We'll see. Also, Tronic. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You're busy? Ah. Dweed. Hi, Hockey. Hockey, you were so hot and talented and handsome. I hope you're doing so good, Angel Face. I hope you're doing so good. I love you. I deserve that. I deserve what? Everyone, go tell Hockey Jetty how hot and talented and handsome she is. Ooh, my PC's like freaking slow right now. What the hell? What is happening? Hug, Mary, Kiss? Well, you gotta tell me who. Who's the Hug, Mary, Kiss, Kill Switch? I gotta pull up my stream on my phone because my PC is freaking the fudge out. True Shinobi! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Handsome. Shush! Cold back coffee. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. It makes me mentally tired, but I wouldn't miss stream. Somebody my streak. Oh my god. Have the best night ever, Shinobi. Please get some rest, Angel. That works second for me, and the rest sucks so much, really. Okay, so I'm probably good not getting any of the other moonshines then. Kitten? What about Kitten? Who am I supposed to do Hug, Marry, Kiss with? Gotta pick 3 things. Not real people, though. Like, not like 3 people in chat. Why is everyone being so nice to me? I will start crying. I love my mods because they always have the exact same brain process as I do. Well, I haven't played a single game as Ace. Oh, you know what? I said I was gonna play Nia last stream and I never did. Alright, we'll do Ace first. Do I play an ad? I do. I do have to play an ad because I'm not gonna be able to beat this game in 8 minutes. Oh my god, my PC is so slow right now. What is happening? Okay. We could refund the channel points for Kill Switch. Your choice? No. Your choice. That's what we'll refund you the channel points. I did. Okay, cool. Thank you. I want to do what Beeswax said that he did, where he like tried to see how many like saves he could get in a stream. And I want to do like a long stream for that. But I just did I just did a long stream, so it's like I need some time. How long do we have 2v8 left? 10 days? Perhaps. I'll have to look at my calendar. I'll join after your warm-up. Okay, fair. Totally fair. Oh, thanks, Etsy! Thank you so much, Angel. I got it from Etsy. I don't remember the name of the shop, though. Shabby, if you refresh it, it should not. My title to me says, because that's why I looked earlier. My title says drops Pokemon packs DBD, then E33 first playthrough. It does say long stream day. Shh. Chevy's high. Shut up. Gaslighter! Chevy's high, whatever. No, everyone tell Shabby it's never been like that. It doesn't anymore. Wait, what was this? Victorian ghost who died of consumption, a poltergeist that makes your house randomly break into shut up. Panda bands. Wait, oh. Panda Pants, I'm gonna think about that. Hug, Mary, Kiss, Victorian child. Well, I'll hug the Victorian ghost. Oh wait, that's not a child. Okay, a Victorian ghost. Okay, I'm gonna marry the Edward Cullen hairdo. Ghoul. I'm gonna marry that. I'm going to hug the Victorian ghost, and I'll kiss the poltergeist that makes my house randomly break out into disco. I like that. Yeah, not a child. Thank you. I don't know why. I just like autocorrect, and I autocorrect to Victorian child. You know what I mean? Ooh. Ah, hi, Music Kid! Everyone tell Music Kid how hot and talented and handsome he is. Ooh, is it better to start as killer or survivor my first time? Schmack! Is it like your first time ever playing DBD ever? I personally would go with survivor first, personally. And I would play 2v8 because this mode is so, like, crazy pants. What? That, and it's like, it's low pressure, this game mode. And yeah, there's 2 killers, but... Oh my god. Okay, so this is awkward. This is awkward. It's a warm-up game. Shut up. Yeah, I think 2K is good. Also, the tutorial sucks, but somewhere to start. But yeah, I think 2v8 Survivor is just good, just like to get like a feel for it, and it's so low pressure. So like, who gives a French toast, right? Oh, what was I saying? Oh, and then there was another one. Just be a puppy and follow you and help you get saves. Shabby, absolutely. Supernatural Edition. Sam, Dean, and Castiel. Kiss Castiel. Marry Castiel. Hug Castiel. Hi, Pantapause! Pantapause, mwah. Bubble, mwah. Hockey Jetty, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Guys, who's the other killer? Is it me? Am I the other killer? Because I'm not paying attention. Oh god, I'm so sorry, Lovelace. I don't know who the other killer is, but it looks like A-Street's follow. Okay. Okay, A-Street has one of them. I want to get that unhook, but I can't do that. Yeah, A-Street, run. Run, A-Street. What shitballs! Really? Here I am, trying to be a good guy and get unhooks. What? Damn, A-Street. Oh, this guy knows he's got, like, bad pain or something. This guy, like, knows he's got bad pain. Because, like, why would you swing at that, you crazy pants? Well, that wasn't even us. That was a server. Ted was like, oh, I forgot! Oh, it's Ghostface. I forgot that it tells you killers now. Thank you, Space. You're so high and tall and talented and handsome. Your top is adorable? Thank you. Almost adorable as you are. Oh my god, did we just kiss? Yeah, I go to forehead kiss, and then someone, like, goes instead, and we just, oops. Tee. Oh, no, Ruzi, you're so good, because oh. Oh, look who it is. I'm gonna go eat your ass. Let me hear it! Oni, cock blocks can't eat A-Street's ass. I haven't touched a single gen, by the way. To be fair, I've been reading chat the whole game and talking about marrying Castiel. Wait, what would you guys do for Supernatural Edition between Sam, Dean, and Castiel? Ooh. If it was Castiel, Crowley, and Lucifer, like Lucifer, that would be difficult for me. Ooh, that one I'd probably kiss Crowley, hug Castiel, and marry Lucifer. 100%. Big Lucifer guy. Me. I'm a big Lucifer guy. I haven't unhooked anybody. This is my first heal. Oh my god, I'm gonna be at bottom leaderboard. Castiel. I'd pass away. Oh, no, me. Oh, she got an unhook. Oh, thank god. Oh, she's getting points, guys. She's getting on the scoreboard. Yippee. Isn't it fuck, marry, kill? No, because if I did fuck, marry, kill, that's weird. Because I don't want to, like... Because it's not, like, me being weird about it. It's people in chat, schmack, that are weird about it. Because they'll say, fuck, marry, kill. And they'll put, like, a child in there. Like, they'll say, I don't know, number 5 from Kids Next Door. They'll say, fuck, marry, kill. And they'll put number 5 from Kids Next Door in there. It's like, first of all, don't want to fuck a child. Second of all, don't want to kill a child. Third of all, what? And so I personally changed mine to hug, marry, kiss. Because it's not weird, you know? Still, no children are allowed, right? Obviously, because y'all are fucking weird. But, and we have it so, like, there's no real people. Like, you can't say, like, oh, between, like, hug, marry, kiss between Rootsy, Leon Smells, and Salted Loki. Like, you can't do that. Because we don't want to be weird, so. Any, like, fictional character, yeah. But yeah, it is normally fuck, marry, kill.
Shocking.
You are erect. Also, Cayman. Cayman, thank you so much for the 6 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, I saw a Lucifer Morningstar. Big ol' smash. Smash so hard, I'll break my cock on him. Yours. Head pat, high five, and secret handshake. Oh, I like that. I burped. I like that so much, I burped. Sorry, I'm looking for totems. I'm trying to get, like, something. I'm trying to get, like, some points, you know what I mean? I've been useless. Oh, yes! Open a gate. You know, I don't think the Ghostface has been playing, because what do you mean there's no Ghostface here? That was me. I was gonna do gens and only got 2 out of 10 skill check challenges. I honestly, honest to God, I don't think I touched a single gen. I literally was just talking to you guys the entire time. Oh. My eyes! Sorry, I just wanted my disturbance. Okay, I'm not trolling around. I was like really just trying to find something. Oh. Bye. Hope you crawl out. Good warm-up game. Oh, I hope I'm not on the bottom leaderboard. Cayman, thank you so much for the 6 months. Half a year already. Is insane. Insane in the membrane. I didn't get last. Woo! That's impressive. What was my... Okay. Yeah, objectives was 3,600. I'm actually, if I had opened that door, that would have been really bad. Let me in. That wasn't so bad. I didn't really do anything, but I'll take it. Deny. 10 seconds of gens? More than I did. Can another mod do the prediction? Oh, I can do it. What was the prediction? I didn't even look. Is Pixel gonna kick the DBD bucket? No escape for Pixel. Yeet Freedom! 2,000 points for Yeet Freedom, because I did escape. Yes, okay. I double check. Thank you, Loki. I didn't even know that you did one. Thank you. Oh, we're playing Ace? Okay. A tarot pull? Do you mind waiting a second? Shubsters. W believers! 100%. He just like leaves my lobby. I'm munching. What are you munching on? Oh, thanks, Bravo Penguin. Bravo, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Guys, do you want me to take a shot for Bravo? Bravo, do you want me to take a shot for Bravo? Of your disgusting tequila. Dude, yes? 2 shot. Girl, dweeb. What? Who? Huh? 2. Dweeb. I think the forehead kissy. Oh. The 9 of Swords. Fear is awful. And reaching out for help is challenging when it hits. Don't hide when you're stricken with grief or sadness. Sharing trauma or stress with others can be therapeutic and help you regain control. You're experiencing a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, and you're feeling hopeless. And you gotta remember that you can reach out to people and you're not alone. I want to cry. Who redeemed this? Bubbles getting banned. But big hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. But if you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it, give it to the next person. I think it's our first time pulling that card, actually. That's me for the past couple months now. Big hugs. Why are you so pretty? Oh, yep. Nar, yar, clear, the conversation. Shabby, do you like my outfit or should I change it? That was felt. The card or the hug? Wait, Bob, I'm gonna take a shot for you. Okay, I really need to get a clean shot glass, but not today. Alright, let's see if we can get a good pussy pop with this one. That was a good pop. Oh, Shabby, that's fair. Oh, it doesn't smell like anything. That was so good. That was really good. That was like the most. That's like sound alert worthy pop. I'm just a girl. That was such a nice pop. Ooh, girl, I'm sorry. Who do you think you are? Heavy hand? So sorry. When was the last time you ate Pixel? Oh, around noon? What time is it? Anyway. Let's try this. It's gonna taste like ass, but hopefully it's better than the other one, right? I should ready up. Oh, too late. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, that one hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts me. Now that was a tequila. Oh my god. That cleared my sinuses. Holy shit. That, like, cleared my sinuses. Holy. Look at us spawning together. Look at us. Oh, yeah. Oh. No. No, it's not about you. No, not about you. No. Yeah. No. That was so funny. Do this, Jen? I can't do this, Jen. You're gonna play so poorly and we're gonna have fun, and that's all I do is play poorly and have fun. Oh, please get crap from a Jen. Who is that? Oh, she doesn't know who to go for him. Now what did I do? Now, like, what in God's green earth did I do? Why is she talking me? You guys saw that, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, I like this nurse, Shabby. I think we can bully her. I think she's bullyable. Yes! Oh, but wait until she warms up, though. Because I'm not strong at Huntress. Ah! And by Huntress, I mean nurse, because that's who this killer is. Oh, hello, Leon Kennedy. He's body blocking me! He's body blocking me! I was about to body block him. Fun fact. Oh, okay, hold on. Shabby's here. I'm gonna stay right here, actually. Shabby's here. Okay, and then, and then Dwight's right here, too. Bang! Okay, we're good. Yes, Spades, I would love to have you. Also, hi, Chilla. Get them! Get them, nurse! Who's the other killer, by the way? Oh, it is a Huntress. How did Pussy pop, but then taste like ass? I don't know, maybe they went back to front or something. Also, thank you so much for clipping that, Loki. So now that I can hear that over and over and over. Oh my god, Shabby, I need to do our Duolingo, or my Duolingo. Thank you. Thank you. That means thank you, right? Did you really? Oh, Chilla, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations and welcome to the Twitch Pride Guild, homie. I haven't opened the Pride Guild Discord in like 6 months. It's so bad. I get overwhelmed. But congratulations. Whoa, gotta go. Oh, we're good. I don't know why you panicked. Oh, yeah, I'll take that. You can go. Fuck, I'm just joking. Chill, I'm so Happy for you. W Pride. W Guild. Oh my god. Witch! What was that? I love this game mode so much. I love this game mode. You guys can't stop me from liking this game mode. No, Shabby, go away. If I got hit in the crosshairs, I would go be so sad. Yippee! Oh, and a sprint bursto? Okay. Oh, look at her! Are your lobbies open? No, not today. We'll do another one next week, though. Yeah, get Dwight. Yeah, fuck that Dwight. I'm joking. Yeah, get his ass. Hunters. I like this Dwight. Hey, Dwight, like my shit? Oh, whatever. Okie dokie, yeah, we'll do one next week. I'll post in the Discord, too. Guys, if you had to pick Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday for open... If you guys had to pick Wednesday, Friday, Saturday for open lobbies, what would you guys pick? Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday? Whoa! Hello there. Oh! Bubble. Oh my god, I actually have PixelxKitten scented ones. Every day? Okay. Hi, Drax. Drax, happy weekend. Friday? Wednesday, Friday? Oh, hello, love. Would you like me to rub your bum? So next Friday? Oh, I love this Talita skin. It's so pretty. Because we could do open lobbers again. Yeah. I have my own PixelxKitten scented one. Drax! Get grabbed. Somebody get grabbed. Ooh, oh, please hit that. Please hit that generator. It'd be so funny, nurse. But the PixelxKitten scented ones are like vanilla, pumpkin, marshmallow delight. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Oh, she's blinded. They're so good. I have wax melts, a candle, and oh my god, yes. Wax melts, a candle, and perfect. And oil diffuser. Oh, she DC'd! The nurse DC'd. She's even more fun now! Yes! Get his ass, nurse. Get his ass. I've never seen a nurse bot before. Alright, well, now we have a bot nurse. So sorry, love. Guys, am I toxic for that? Dragon! Literally know you. But, Bubble, I don't mean to sound, like, biased or anything, but my scent is, like, my favorite scent ever. Oh, but could not bother playing now that I damn. Oh, really? Of course, Chloe. I'm so sorry. Bot nurse should be interesting. There's only one gen left, though, and all I want to do is play with her. Oh. Okay, he's good. He's good. I just want to play with the nurse, you know? I love bot killers. They're so much fun. Wait! What did I do? Oh no! I went right in front of him. Nope! She could have got me. Oh, she could have got me. I'm not doing no gens. Where's that nurse? Where's that nurse? Where is she? Ah! Found her. Wait, we shouldn't even look at! Stop it! Stop! Oh my god, she could have hit me. Oh! Stop! Nurse! 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 What is she? She's walking backwards! No. I've never seen a nurse bot before. Stop it! Stop! What is she doing? What? What? Look at her! Look at her! She's like chasing me. It's like she can't turn around. Oh, and now there's this guy. She's chasing this one. Yeah, Patron, I think they are. I think they're broken. Oh, this is my favorite game of DBD ever. Oh, okay. She's turned around again. Is that Shabby? Oh, Shabby, go down. Shabby, go down if you know what's good for you. Shabby, go down if you know what's good for you. Ah! Okay, hold on, Shabby, hold on. Don't leave me. Shabby, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh my god, I'm so scared right now. My butt is so scared. Stop, stop. I'm so scared. She's gonna fall. Yeah, go, go, go. Stop. Oh, I blinded her. Woo! Wait, hold on. Shabby, help me! Help me! The bot got me! Shabby! Oh, good boy. Good boy. Yes! Oh, you're such a good boy, Shabby. These nurse bots. I don't know how they play. Oh, okay, she broke pallet. I gotta get into a better position. I'm gonna go here. Hold on, hold on. Oh, we can talk about this. Oh, oh. Oh, no, no. Wait, no, come back. Shabby. This is my favorite game of Dead by Daylight ever. Shabby, go down for mama. Oh, actually, hold on. Okay, Shabby, hold on. I got you. So, Shabby's about to get hooked. Shabby's dead! Shabby got killed by a bot. Guys, Shabby got killed by a bot. I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. I really wanted to hatch though. Yeah, I don't blame either of them for giving up. I believe. I'm so sorry. But Drax, thank you so much for the 3 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90 count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Oh my god. GG's. I'm so sorry. I wanted to see. Aww. GG's, homie. That was so much fun. I have to mark that. I'll let Shabby die any day of the week. Shabby knows what he's getting into. When you play with me. Where are you, Spades Delicious? There you are. I'll do it again. Oh yeah. What patron said. There was a Farfetch in chat and no one told me. That was that was my favorite game of Dead by Daylight I've ever done. Did see. You know what? I'd like to think that shot tequila helped me. Maybe I should have taken a shot tequila before I opened up Pokemon cards and would have got some good luck. Pumpkin! Pumpkin, I hope you have the best night ever. I hope you can get some good rest. Everyone's like, good night, Pumpkin. So what you're saying is people need to get good? Me? No. Oh, for artist? No. Artist is challenging, you know. I'll let Shabby perish again. Are you kidding me? Respectfully. Respectfully. Pumpkin. Shabby knows the risks. I didn't even look at what my score was for that game. Like if that was our first 6-person escape, by the way. I need to escape 6+ people in a row. Oh wait, what was the first game? The one at Leary's. Did I 6 people escape then too? Bravo, it hurt my body, but it cleared my sinuses at the same time. I cannot say it tastes better or worse than the other one that I have. I think it tastes better, but goes down worse, if that makes sense. I enjoy the taste better of that one, but it hurts more going down, if that makes sense. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. It's too damn bad. Dracula. I want to go get some Draculas, guys. Oh. Let's go some Dracula. Down throat or stomach? It goes down my throat and esophagus and into my tummy. Harder than the other tequila. It's spicier. A double blind? Did it fit into one clip, Loki? Oh, that is so hot. So hot. Thank you so much. I didn't realize I got two in one. I have to snooze that. I pay this! You're in my be right back screen, too. None of you are shabby, so I don't care about any of you. Oh, damn it. I was gonna get that. Oh, it says a Nemesis or a Wesker. Just one of them. There you are. There you are, Peter. It hurts so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's good? And we're going. And we pre-run. This is a good paella, no? I take no credits on doing the clipping? You guys want to see a real speed, bitch? Nope. 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 I know you're coming. I know you're coming. Oh, God! I keep getting exposed at, like, the worst times. Oh, 2v8. I love you so much. But you pain me so much, too. Oh, please don't go into power. Oh, my God. Oh! Yeah. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear him going to power until it was too late. Oh, bubble! That's why you say you take no credit. Here I am thinking you're being humble. You're being a humble homie. Bubble, thank you so much for clipping that. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, okay. I understand. Never mind. Oh!
Thank you, sweet princess. Thank you.
Ah. See, this is what I like to see. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm stinky. I can't read either. Sorry. Oh, thank you so much for clipping that bubble, seriously. That was really funny. Who is the other kid? Ah! Stop, you're so scary. I hate ghost faces so much. Yeah! And let that be a lesson to you. Also, thank you, Shabby, for picking up my mess. There's another one right here.
I threw 2 pallets.
I never went to college as high school. I played moving. Listen, college is overrated. But mazel tov to anybody who went to college and graduated from college.
Guys, I did something. I did a...
Whoa. That person just got it. Uh-oh. Here we go. Ah! What was that Bluetooth connection hit, my brother in Christ? Ah, there we go. Yeah. Take that piece of wood. Oh, I didn't get blind. What? Damn. Oh, you're so lucky you got Bluetooth connection. They both had pretty high ping, but that was a server hit. Ugh. These 2v8 servers, I love them so much, but I hate them so much. Hello, 11. Why do you have scuba gear? Okay, pretend like I've seen Stranger Things. Is she like a scuba instructor? Like, what is this? Oh, watch out. Got it. Holy! That was awesome. Oh, Shammy, where are you? I don't know where you are. This is not a good idea, but I'm doing it anyway. And we run. And we run. And we run. So I have no clue where that ghost face is. Oh. Okay. Shabby need deodorant? I'm gonna keep this just in case you need deodorant. Do you need deodorant? You do not need deodorant. Come to Shack! Oh, I am gonna come so hard to Shack. Because I know exactly where that is. I think it's over here. Oh, does she make it? Does she make it? Are you body blocking it? Because that'd be so funny. Yeah, give it to me! Ah! I actually forgot that there were green tonics in this game. Yeah, you are! Oh, you're such a good little girl. Oh my god. And by Ada, I mean girl. Look at you! Thank you, Ada's little hood. Yep. Thank you. Oh my god. Guys, I've only been hooked once. I'm gonna finish this gen and take all the credit for it. Do you mind? Oh, hold on. Oh, she doesn't get that. Oh, if I had Sprint Butter Steel, I could have gotten that. But I'm ass at this video game, and I have a Torchbearer instead. Raggy. Run. Oh, good girl. See, where were you 2 seconds ago? God, why is this game so fun today? Look at Ghostface. Look at him. Look. Exposed. Hold on. Chill. I threw that so early. I threw it so early. It's alright. That's right. There's a pallet right here. Don't worry. Wait! You have to throw it early. I would have liked the stun, but you gotta throw that shite early now. Oh. That's alright. It's alright. I did see a blue guy over there. I'm gonna try to go and get, actually. It's the tequila! Don't say that. Don't make me think positive thoughts about tequila. Oh, there she is. Yes. Give it to me! Cool. Oh, you get like hella points for that too. Okay. I like that a lot. I like do the cha-cha. Spades is on hook. I would like to make sure that they don't die. Oh, let me see if I can do a drive-by. I cannot. Watch it be so funny. Alright, Spades got unhooked. Aww, boo. I kinda wanna chase him. He seems fun. Oh, yes. Yes. No! I can't do anything with that! And you're still live? Live buzzing. Buzz. Hi, Brad. Uh-oh. Raggy! He has no idea. God, I love exposing him. Oh, nothing makes me happier than exposing a Ghostface. Oh, Payeta. Beautiful. Hey! Bluetooth! Bluetooth has been connected. Stop that. Why is Sheboygan? No, you called your boyfriend. Guns are for losers. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Jasper. Guys, thank God I've only been hooked once before, right? Thank God. Or else I'd be dead. In the hot fix are kind of nuts. Wait, what's the buff? What was the buff? I don't play this game. At that part, and there were 4 total blinds in 30 seconds. Shut up. In 30 seconds? Oh, that's gonna go on YouTube. Oh, that's so good on YouTube. No one else is good on YouTube? Oh, so it's faster, right? Okay, gotcha. Feels like the 4th of July. I had 2 hot dogs this week. Nope. Yes, this week. I had 2 hot dogs this week, and it was the most amazing week of my life. Oh, I still have 6 more because it's an 8-pack. So I still have 6 more hot dogs. Wait, did you clip all of them? Discord noise? What? Oh my god, that makes me so happy, Loki. I couldn't see. Oh, I'm scared. Hold on, I gotta run away. Oh, Sable died. I deserve big chunks. I love hot dogs. Glizzies in and or around my mouth make me so happy. You guys have no idea. Oh, shut up, Loki. Oh my god, thank you. Teamwork makes the dream work, Loki and Bubble. Thank you guys so much for coming back, because that was really funny. Like, again, I don't relish in making like people like give up or DC. Like, that's not what I'm happy about. But the fact that we got to play against the bot makes me very happy. Yo! Ewok with the huge Omega Schmoinkin Boinkin 57 months. Thank you for the 57 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the heck? Also, I'm gonna go warm up some queso. What kind of queso? Is it white queso? Is it yellow or orange? Orange queso, right? You're dead? Chevy. We can't have anyone else die, or else I lose my challenge. Ewok. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you for the big 57 months. Holy shite. Guys, I can't see. Oh, please DoorDash delivery. Oh, kinda. I'm gonna go for that save. Because I don't think I have a lot of altruism. I can't die though. Oops. Where are you? Okay, there you are. I gotta make sure I don't die. And no one else dies. Because I want to get that 6 out. Because I'm pretty sure orange queso, delicious. Because I'm pretty sure that if we 6 out, that'll be 3 6 outs in a row, which would be our record. Well, my record. I'll have to check the DBD website. Imagine die. Literally couldn't be me. Literally could only be me. Me. I'm the only one who could die. Because I do die all the time. We have another person getting hooked over here. Fudge. That's so far away, lovely. Wasting away. A door. A door. Also, Sammy. Sammy, I hope you're doing so good. Okay, Ada got out. 11 got exposed. And they're injured. And they're... Oh, they got out. Okay, cool. So it's just me and Fungmin then. So as long as we both escape, we're Gucci. Hey, Fungmin, eat this. Shoot it! Booyah! Well, the Fungmin still has to escape, technically. We'll see. Orikoro! I started a new job. Shut up! It tires me out, so I've been... Aw, at like 8:30. Ew! How long are your shifts? Like, when do you have to go in? I'm sorry, I'm like interviewing you. So anyways, tell me everything about... oh, and tell me your mother's maiden name and your social security number. I'm joking. Legal bagel. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. So that's 2. 3. That's 3 6 outs in a row. That's awesome. What the hell? Content for losers. Thank you for the 3 strip. Ah, thank you so much. My identity? Sure, why not? Why stop there? What's your routing and okay, I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna say that because I'm pretty sure that's probably against some sort of Twitch TOS. I'm not using it. What the hell? I do have to play an ad. Ad now, no ad in game. I know. Disgusting. Disgusting. There you go. Okay, I see Boo a little bit. What the hell? Hi, Jasper. You're so cute. Who said you could be so cute? Can you come up? Can you come up? Can you come up? Oh, yes, good doggy. Let's go, girls. Oh, okay. I was gonna check my store, but I forgot how fast these lobbies are. I get up at 5:45 to be there by 7. Then I work till 3. It's only Monday to Friday. I really want to drink a drink today. I just don't have the energy. Oh. But you're off tomorrow, yeah? Is Slasher live at her new place? Oh my god. I bet that's so exciting. I'm so glad for her. Yeah, that sounds like going to bed at 8:30 sounds like a reasonable time if you are waking up at or get up at 5:45. I can't wait to sleep in. I'm so happy for you. Tomorrow you can drink if you want. I know, you're so cute. Everyone look at me. I'm the reason why everyone comes to stream. Everyone say hello to the most fluffiest boy, the most ankiest boy, the most angsty, teenage angsty boy, even though you're 11, so you're like way more than teenage. Unk, 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 unk. I love you. Get the fuck off me. Almost easy. Dead dog, I want Thompson House. Okay. Oh, my Lanta. Sorry. Thank you. It tickles my butt plug. Hoopst. Hoopst. Uh-oh. We're Resident Evil squared. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's in his black jacket. Okay, you look like you're running away from something. Yes, you are. I want to run away too. Wait, guys, stop following me. Okay. Okay. I'm so scared right now. Guys, I'm so fucking scared right now. Alright. Making taquitos? Are those like microwavable frozen things? Is that what that is? That's a taquito? Oh my god, can you not do that, my good sir? Scared the hell out of me. Where are these killers? Okay, we're good. Whoa! Should I go for that unhook, or do you think someone else will? Because I'm pretty close to it. I mean, I'm not close, but like... Oh, she's good. Okay, we're good. She's Gucci. Oh, okay. I'll get that. I know that's right. That zombie's cramping my style, guys. Oh, we gotta run. Oh, so that's unfortunate. Oh, sorry, Wesker. To be fair, how was I supposed to know he was gonna come around the corner? He'll be coming around the corner when he comes. He'll be coming around the corner when he comes. Oh, now I'm revealed. Thanks a lot. I get revealed at the worst times! Alright, let me get him away from Shabby. I know there's a pallet right here, right? Yep! Oh, thank God. I love 2v8. 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 Whoa! I love 2v8. How did that hit? Don't even get me started. No, it's funny. That's not even my worst 2v8 hit that I've experienced. It's not even my worst one. Not even. Oh, look at him! Oh! Imagine that he just faced you. Oh, that would have been so funny. Not even the worst hit. Wait. How is this guy always here? He's always at every unhook. This town's not big enough for the both of us. Yes. Mira, yes. I was confused because there's 3 of us right now, so that's why I got confused. So I was excited and I was like confused, but now I'm excited again. But yes, Mira, absolutely. Rick! Where's Rick? Oh, thank you for taking him away from me. What's up, Escape? Escape. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I think it was like the first day of 2v8 for me, or the second day of 2v8 for me. I got the craziest hit from a Chucky. It was over a pallet just like that, but it was like really like, oh my god, that's right. That's right, Nira. I never graduated college, so you're good. I did clip it, I just haven't looked at it yet since I clipped it. Because I've been really lazy. But I did edit and upload a YouTube video of my second playthrough. Or, I'm so sorry. Of my first playthrough, part 2 of Expedition 33. What time is it? 8? Okay. I think maybe around like 9 or 9:30 we'll swap over to Expedition 33. Yeah. No! What was I gonna say? Oh, this is really a bad idea. He's gonna use his power, yeah. Only makes sense. Thanks, Rick! What was I gonna say? I don't remember. I truly don't remember. Oh! I uploaded and edited part 2 of my Expedition 33 playthrough. It's up for members, my YouTube members right now. But it goes live for everybody at noon tomorrow. Alright, let me get out of the terror radius and I'll spray this. Is it Chevy? Oh, I can spray you too, Stinky. Max! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ooh, and I think the last day for the, oh, did you find something? Oh, no, you need this. Oh, okay. Did you find something special for me? Something special? Pour moi? Yeah, screw you, Chevy. Oh, sorry. Sorry. And I'm gonna spray you because you're stinky. But it comes up at noon tomorrow. Thank you, lovely. Oh, yay. I'm still in the game, guys. I'm still in the game. I hope you're doing so good, Max. Hope you have the best rest of your weekend. Thank you for getting your stream streak. Where are you? Okay. This guy just, like, has really good, como se dice, cage logic. Like, he knows where every cage is. And he's able to get people that way. It's annoying, but it's such a good strategy. Oh, there she goes. Whoa! Ada, watch out! There's a killer there. Oh! Did I get that? Someone, I need someone to go back and see if I got that. Spades! Spades! What? What? Thank you, Papa. Oh my god, you guys are so hot. Oh, I made the ugliest sound after I did that. I made the ugliest sound after I got that save. I went, whoo! I can't even like replicate it, but it made like my smoker's wheeze sound. Oh, I don't think I can really top that, guys. I think I've peaked. I think I've peaked when it comes to saves. Oh. Oh, she's getting double teamed. Oh, you're gonna look right at me, Nemesis. You're gonna look right at me. Good boy. Sniper, get down! Uh-oh, there she goes again. Well, I did my best, alright? Okay, he's on me. No, 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 no. You heard him. He wants it. He wants me. He wants me. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, I did get a killer blind. So I was able to escape. That's crazy. Holy. This is DBD, not Peak. I still have never played that. I got some deodorant. Perfect. I'm gonna run over here. That zombie's gonna get Rick, because that's canon. He has to get Rick. Canonically, he has to. Yeah. Yeah, drop that payeta. Hey. 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 Rub me bum. Robert! Sorry. I still played and eventually won. Wait, won at what? Oh, at 2v8? Hell yeah. Ooh, if I find spades, I can give them spray. I do want to stick on this gen, though. Heck. I really want to commit to this gen. I really do. Oh, W Rick, holy shite. Oh, man. I just realized I'm injured. Oh, shite. Wait! Perfect. Oh, slay, pussy pop. Actually, if Rick could have gone and gotten that gen done, but I understand if he doesn't, because he was one hit. So I totally understand if he didn't do it. But he could have. Gens could have been done. That's right. I swore there was like a blue tonic somewhere around these parts. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think I got it for free from Twitch for some reason. It was like, for being in one of the guilds or something. And I did have all intention to play it, but, I just never did. Because I've been really, like, burnt out when it comes to, like, playing with people. Not that I have anything against my friends. I love my friends. Like, I'm playing with, Spades, Shabby, and soon-to-be Mira. But it, like, Peak, I feel like, needs to be comms. Like, it's not funny if you're not on comms. What? Like, it's not funny if it's not on comms, you know? Damn. Yeah, oh! Okay. I just realized I got the green tonic, so I'm still not dead. That's awesome. No, that's great. DoorDash delivery? Damn. No DoorDash. And look at his hook logic, I'm right here! So he could camp me, potentially. Yeah, he's going to. No, he's not. Okay, good boy. He might, though. He might. I don't know. What is his plan? Because I'm right here in the middle of the street. No, he didn't. Wow. I would have got me. Help is on the way, dear! Help is on the way! Look at you, gamer. Alright, we run. Run. As fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm Mia. Fuck you. Did that rhyme? Get saved, nerd. Hot edition. Ooh. You guys are gonna say, oh, Shabby, you're ruining this for me, Shabby. Stop dying. Nacho coffee. Ew. Like, unless it's like nacho, like not yo coffee. No, I'm too scared. Too scared. Oh my god, if that was me, I would have been screwed. She gets out though. Yeah, she gets out. Oh my god. Ugh. That's 6 out. So what's that? Is that 4 6 outs in a row? Perfect game by the mastermind? I believe it. That mastermind was insane. Holy shite. 6 out. Whew. Honestly, I would have been so happy even if I didn't get 6 out, just because that one save on spades. That one save on spades is gonna get me through the rest of 2v8. And there's 2 more days. Oh, you're already in here! What is your name? Sila's 6 torch special? What does it mean? What does that mean? I'm gonna break this. No. And I want to get off Nia, but Nia's been kind of like really good luck. I want to stay on her. Oh, okay. From the Odyssey? Scylla. Okay. Nerd stuff. Oh, like Homer's Odyssey? GG's! Benjamin, I was saying, you are so disgustingly good at Wesker. Can we get some GG's for Benjamin? You are so good. I hate you. No, GG's. You're so good. No, thank you. That was such a fun game. I'm glad that my mod Spade System, Ada, got a green tonic for me, or else I would not have gotten out. So you see me as my main. Is Mastermind your main? Were you playing with the Nemesis? My main is Bubba! We love Bubba. Man, there's a lot of people that want to add Bubba to 2v8, and I was like, I would so play Bubba in 2v8, though. Yeah, your Nemesis is really good, too. You guys are so good. GG's. That was such a fun game. Your, Camosa Dice Cage Logic is so good. Bubba's fun to watch. I am so bad at Bubba, but to be fair, I'm bad at every killer. To be fair, I'm bad at this game in general. But I really enjoy playing Bubba. There's something super satisfying about getting, like, a Bubba down. No, you, Benjamin! Enjoy the rest of your games. Everyone say, GG's, Benjamin! Benjamin! I don't think so either. Unless they did the thing where his chainsaws don't auto down or something. My B100 twins! Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm good at her, though. I'd like to think I'm good at twins, but I'm not. But boy, do I love her so much, though. Let me have twins in 2v8 so I can have 3 victors. I'm joking. But can you imagine how annoying twins in 2v8 would be? Because it would just be... no! Oh, thank God. Oh, I'm so bad against wraiths, guys. Yikes. It would just be killer... What the hell? It would just be Killer Instinct over and over and over again. Like, for 25 years straight. Hey, Shabby, go down for mama. I am bad, too, coming from someone that only has 10 hours on the game? Yeah, I have 4,000 hours. Someone do exclamation point DBD hours. I have a lot of hours. But I'm not good. I have like, you have 6K, Slasher Buddy? Everyone say hi, Slasher Buddy! Oh! I only have 3,500? I thought I had 4,000. Damn. Well, hey, okay, well, I have 3,500. I'm still cheeks. Do you play on console or Steam, Max? Lapis. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss you. Why did I add a space to that? Oh, it's totally fine. Because sometimes, like, especially if you're on mobile, sometimes it just automatically puts one too. Yeah, Sasha, I don't blame you. I'm the same way. Right? And I was definitely the same way when I first started playing this in 2021. I, like, only played this. Hello, lovely. Which one are you? Are you mine? You are mine! Hi. Scylla's 6 torches. Oh, open that. Yeah, open that. People shout out for Slasher Buddy! Everyone go tell Slasher Buddy how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. What did you get? Oh, it's a medkit? I didn't keep that. Why do I hear like 12 gens being worked on? I want points. Don't finish it yet! Oh, thank you. I guess I'm just used to typing messages and not one-word commands. Yeah. Because that one... We don't have a lot of, like, multiple word commands. Oh. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to hide. You're gonna kick that gen, and I'm gonna get exposed. I'm leaving. Oh, you got blast mine. Good shit on. Hi, David. Don't come here. Don't come here. All right, good boy. We're safe, David. We're safe. Damn it. Because I'm healing you, I can't save my teammate. This skin for the Wraith is so pretty. That was from the cosmetic contest, no? Hi, Kari! Kari, happy weekend! Everyone say, hello, Kari! Pick him up, pick him up, pick him up. Right away, right away, right away. Damn. I didn't want to risk it with both killers being there. No, because Chloe, because you have it on console and PC, no? 6v7? What's up, WWE Monkey? Sorry, I couldn't do my other hand. I was moving. JRD! JRD, you still streaming? Or you done streaming? I was watching you do some, what were you doing? Why am I blanking? Killer. You ended a fat minute ago? Well, I hope you had the best stream ever. Springtrap! I was watching you play Springtrap. God, I could not get that off my mouth. You have 3 days, 8 hours, 9 minutes? Hell yeah. New computer. What kind of specs you got on that? Adds the pig. Is pig your favorite monkey? Is it okay if I call you monkey? Mine! Hello. Oh god, we're all here. Oh, and they're all here too. Alright, dropping that. I was hoping to get like a random killer blind. Who do you see over there? Is someone over there? Someone is over there. Shit nipples. Oh, thank God for that sprint burst. Hallelujah. Woo! That was scary. 2 terabyte? 57. Oh. Shut up. Oh, that sounds lovely, don't it? Oh, nice. You faked me, you little 360 fakey YY ladder stall gamer. I love it. You can pick me annoying. Oh, I didn't even think about. I was just thinking about with her crouching. I didn't think about with the head traps. Choose the sprint class, and I'll find flashlights for you. Really? I could do that. Shabby, I'll absolutely do that. I'm so happy for you, Charity. That is awesome. That is a huge Omega Dong PC. These are my Steam hours. You get both. Give them all to me, Chloe. I want to know them all. Thank you, lovelies. I do love me a silly little escapist class, though. I haven't really walked into the Wraith yet, and the Wraith is like my weakness, so I'm afraid for when I find the Wraith. Or when he finds me, rather. I think I should do a gen. We only have 4 gens left. I think I should do a gen. Yeah. Let's just do a little check. Oh, that's gone. Okay, we got window. Well, it's 2020. I think mine's 2022 or 2023. No, isn't it? Shabby, no! Alright, no one else can die. No one else can die. 50, what did you say, 50, 70? I'm so happy for you. Oh, do I have any mods that can do a little shout out? Hi, Fancy! What's up, Fancy? Oh, Fancy, you didn't miss anything. I didn't open anything good. The only thing that was good that I opened was, this is the only illustration rare that I got, was Misty's, oh, shite. Was Misty's Lapras. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Misty's Lapras was the only thing I got. Oh, can we get a shout out for JRD, por favor? Nice. 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 Oh, poops. I was gonna... Yeah, I'm dead now. Listen to him jingle it away! Listen to him jingle jangle. I love him. I love you. I love you so much. You're so cute. You two can stop it? Never. Thank you, Wobble Penguin. Yeah, Misty's Lapras. Focus. Right, pretend it focuses. You guys can see it. Oh, she kind of did. No, she's shy. She's really shy. What's that? Was that Destined Rivals? Oh, wrong scene, sorry. I think that was Destined. Okay, that's actually not bad, Chloe. I expected more.
not so bad.
Yeah, everyone say, hello, Fancy! Fancy, I hope you're doing so good, Angel Face. Fancy Man is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome, very wonderful streamer. You guys should go follow him, especially if you guys like watching people who are funny and who are good at this video game. You guys should go follow Fancy. Oh, our streak is over. We got 4, though. No, you're so good, Shabby, because we got 4. We got 4 out, or 4 games of 6 out, and that's huge. That's huge. Lapis, I gave you a kissy? I gave you a kissy, okay. Oh, really, Max? Enjoy your Lurky Turkey, GRD. We love you so much. Enjoy your game on your beast of a PC. Too busy? Yeah, it's hard. But if you just have like 30 minutes, go live, get some clips, post them. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Nope. Nope. Oh, what are you gonna do? Well? Hell yeah, escape. That sounds like a lovely time, homie. Oh, he definitely saw me there, yeah. What do you mean he didn't fall for that? What? Oh, now he knows exactly where I am, guys. Enjoy your Lurky Turkey escape. Forza's such a good game, though, guys. 58 inches, respectable. But I think 65 is our moist, no? Oh, you're so sweet, Loki. Whatever. I gotta show you a pic from the 3D printed Sauron statue. Shut up! Yes, you do! Yes, I do need to see that. Also, I am so sorry for anybody who has messaged me on any socials in the past. I would say probably like 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks has probably been... I haven't opened my Snapchats for the past 2 weeks. I haven't opened like my Instagram DMs. I haven't opened really many or any of my Discord DMs. I've been it's been a really bad, I'm fine mentally. Like mentally I'm totally Gucci as a Gucci. I just don't have any mental energy for talking to people. And again, it's like, it's not a thing against anybody. I'm just really struggling with yapping. That's my problem. So I'm so sorry for anyone who I haven't messaged back. And everyone, I sent Rootsy a Snapchat today, and it was like the funniest Snapchat ever. And I hope she's not mad at me if and when she sees it. But I have not been talking to anybody. I feel so bad about it. Oh my god. We gotta full screen this, because you guys gotta see Spades in all of their glory. Oh my god, you're insane. How do you do this? How are you so tight with it? Okay, that was bloody nice. Eclipse! Eclipse! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. No Mori? Oh, big bong! Big bong! Big bong! Big bong! Oh, they're so cute. GG's. That was a fun game. That was a really fun game. GG's. Big bang! So cute! So cute, the Wraith. GG's. No, because why did that Claude let someone die on second hook? She was hiding. Oh, really? I didn't even notice. Big bang! Why are people jealous of my PC? I mean, it's decent, but not the biggest piece. What do you have, Chloe? I forgot. Because I think you told me. It's no biggie. You can see them months later. I'll be like, oh, really? Fancy, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Oh my god. Also, okay, so we have to play an ad, but I totally forgot that I got a package. We just got a package. Hi, Bumpy. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, hello. Can you put some, like, A for effort in there or something? Come on. Give me paw. Give me some paw. Give me some heat. Come on. Thank you. All right. I totally forgot that we have a package. So we got a throne package. That's from Ghoulishly. GG's! Oh my god, everyone say GG's too. I'm gonna butcher your name. Semet Santa? Ah. Oh my god. I'm so sorry about butcher your name, but GG's right. I was having the most fun watching or listening to you with your jingles jangles. It was so much fun. But no, GG's. Oh my god. Wait, do you know? Okay, did I butcher their name, Spades? Bing bong. I love it. And that was, wait, that's part of the Rift, no? Hold on. How do I check it? Is it store? No. No, it's not store. It's challenges Rift. Because I really only play Wraith in 2v8. Oh, here it is! I only play Wraith in 2v8, and so this outfit is just so cute. Jingle jangle looking ass. Oh, so cute. Psy Santa. Is that it? Also, thank you for the follow, Pokemon! I do have anonymous follows on, but I guess it's kind of obvious. It is? Thank you. Yeah, you're just because you don't have a PC. Sent you a picture of Sauron? Thank you, homie. Fancy, I appreciate you. Blue's Clues? Wait, what was Blue's Clues? What, did I just do the... Oh, we got letter. We just got a letter. It's better than my PC, Chloe. I'll take it. But we do have an ad about to start. So I'm going to open up this package. What do you think? What is it? What's in here? What's in here? Okay, he doesn't care. Hi, K9. K9, I hope you have the best weekend ever. But Sai Santa, I hope you have some really good games. You guys are so much fun. Also, you guys ruined my escape streak, so respectfully. No way, Max. That's so cute. What do you want? What do you want? So these are from Ghoulishly, I do believe. It's my other sticker book. So now I have my sticker book from Supernova that is purple. That's gonna, can you give me some space, my sweet summer child? That's gonna be just my G Fuel stickers, and this is gonna be my other miscellaneous stickers. Oh, she needs to get flattened. Oh, she needs to go sit under like a big old thing of card or like a box or something. Ghoulishly, yes. Put those with my other tools. But wait, there's more. Oh, Fancy, are you still here? You're gonna like this one. You're gonna like this one if you're still here. Yeah, another one. This is my first time getting them together, like in the same package. They're Lord of the Rings socks. Oh my god. So let's see. 5 pair of crew socks. We have... Normally I would just rip them, but these are really nice, so I don't want to ruin them. Okay. Oh my god. So we have Sauron socks. These are dope. Okay, right away, those are my favorite. We have the Leaf of Lothlorien and the One Ring. Oh! Oh! You shall not pass! Let me open this up. I love the placement of this. How it's like going to be on the back of my ankles. You shall not pass! Oh my god! And then... Oh, and then this is the Fellowship on its iconic, like, you know, the Fellowship. And then the Lord of the Rings and the One Ring font text. So cute. Ghoulishly, thank you for getting these from my Throne wish list! These are so cute! These, I think, are hands down my favorite. So dope. I love the red, too. Bye, Max! Max had the best night ever! Not the heavy metal band. Oh, the heavy metal band bot for Sauron. That is so funny. Megadeth. These are so cute. I'd put them on now, but I want you guys to get feet content. At least not for free. I have to keep these away from Boo because Boo loves socks. Actually, you know what? Can I put them on right now? I have really thick, usually crew socks don't fit me, but I don't know, maybe they will. Here, let me take off my rings really quickly because I don't want them to snag. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys what Boo does to socks. It's so cute. Not to these socks. These are nice socks. All right, okay. All right, Boo. Boo, my sock? You guys will get feet. My sock? My sock? My sock? My sock? My sock? My sock? Really? He goes nutters for my socks to the point where I can't even put my socks on because he steals them. My sock? My sock? Girl, I can't back up too far. I got feet. We'll play with that later. No, you can't have these. That's why. No, he's trying to eat these. That's why. Stop! No, no, honey. You can't eat these. These are really nice socks. No! He's trying to eat them. Stop. 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 You can't eat these. You can have that one. That's why he wasn't playing. He wants my new ones. But he usually eats my my other ones. They're so cute. Oh, these are actually big. That's all right. What do you think? Boo, you want a sock? Boo, you want a sock? Boo, you want a sock? Oh, good boy. There you go. He's so cute. He usually goes nuts though. Maybe he's shy. But there you go. He's just so cute. Aww. And they fit too, because I have really big calves and thighs and feet. No, he does that. Boo is a chronic make Pixel look like a liar. You want a sack? You want a sack? You want a sack? You want a sack? Well, you can't, bitch. Oh, sorry, that was mean. Sorry, these are like really smooth, so I'm like yabba dabba doing under my desk right now. Because they're like, what's the, like, they're so, like, yabba dabba dooey, you know? Stop! He's trying to eat them off my feet! Stop it. You freak. Ban! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See? What's up, Water? Water with the video game shays emotes for him. God, those emotes are so good. Sorry I made you guys wait for like 20 years. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There you go. Oh, Danny! Danny, mwah. Maximus, mwah. Ban, mwah. Nightshade Jade, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Just woke up from a nap. Oh, Water. If I had a nickel for every time I've woken up from a nap, and it makes me like in a worse mood than I was before, I would have 1,012 nickels. I'm so sorry, but good morning. I hope you feel better. I like naps. I feel like whenever I nap on a non-stream day, my naps are like beautiful. When I nap on a stream day, it makes me want to cancel. I was waiting for you to load in before I loaded in a Survivor. Oh, really? I think we're gonna do some open lobbies next week, though, if anyone who's interested. I'd be rich, right? Crunchy mom foot with the sock wrapping. He loves my socks. He's so weird. It's so weird. And, like, I have so many socks with holes in them because he just goes nuts. He does, like, the whole, like, shaking thing. Like, he, like, shakes, like, really aggressively with it. Oh! Oh, wait, are you playing as Killer, Danny? Is that what? Bye, Charles. Oh, you're so cute. I have nothing for you. I just want to say goodbye. I'm a survivor right now. Oh, you're doing play while you wait? You can kill me, trust. No, me. Mira, who's your favorite killer to play as and go against? Chat, who's your favorite killer to play as And then who's your favorite killer to go against? I love to go against any of the chainsaw killers. I'll take a Booba and Billy or Billy any day. Okay, these socks are so nice. Like, I'm like, I don't, because the other socks that I have are super thick. Like, they're thick socks. But these are just super thin. And, I don't know, like, they make my feet feel nice. Chucky? I really enjoyed Chucky when I did, like, a whole, like 6-hour stream of playing Chucky. Because I did, like, a Chucky cosplay. And I really did enjoy playing him. But I am so bad at playing against him. I used to work at a sock store. Interesting. Now, how did that work when you said hyper-focus? What is something that you hyper-focus on at a sock store? Also, is it Maima? Favorite to play is Xenomorph. Favorite to face is the Lich? Vector number 1. I also love facing the Lich. Majima. Thank you so much for spelling that phonetically. I am not a smart man. Oh, it's a Chucky. No, I'm gonna get wrecked. Stop it! Sorry, I got scared. But I'm so bad against Chuckies. But boy, do I love playing as Chucky. Also, Xenomorph. I really only played Xenomorph. Oh, I really wish I played her more. Him? Them? I really wish I played Xenomorph more. Because I really enjoyed playing them. It took me a while to get used to their M2 attack. And I got scared playing them because of the sound effect of them going from their bipedal to like 4 feet mode, whatever, crawler mode.
Hello.
Scared the hell out of me because I didn't realize what that sound cue was. But I did it when I played her a lot when I was playing doing all the killer adepts. Guys, there's a killer over there. Oh, Shabby, I forgot to play Escapist. I'm sorry. Someone remind me after this. We'll go to Escapist. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. I appreciate you. But I don't know for sure. I'm gonna go with just calling them the Xenomorph, right? There's no pallet there. Damn, I was really hoping there was a Payeta. Damn. Ugh. See, Danny, this is why you're my favorite. Ghostface is also my least favorite killer to go against. So I'm like eating off my lipstick. I'm almost 3 hours into stream and I'm like want to wipe off all my makeup. For example, to keep your feet warm and dry during outdoor stuff like hiking and camping in cold weather. Oh my god, I thought that was a Wesker. You want cotton sock liners and wool silk blend out. Okay, now I understand. So there's like a whole like sock, not etiquette per se, but like how-tos. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Oh, best materials for different purposes. Different kinds of specialized supports. Outdoor socks, camping socks, best brands, different heel types. Interesting. And I'm sure a lot of people don't know that, too. Michael Myers and Ghostface. I still... Are we loading out of the game? What's happening here? Are we getting kicked? Yep. Okay. Yep. I was like, I haven't heard a skill check in a while. That person's frozen. I think... Broken server. Damn, GG's. GG's. Oh, can't even talk in endgame chat. Alright. Well, now I can swap to Escapist, because I forgot. Oh, thank you! Thank you! Oh my god. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented, and that's what they are! Escapist. Watching people run in place, that was super funny. I loved seeing the auras of everyone. What was I gonna say, though? I don't remember. Oh, Michael! I still don't really know how to play against him with this update. He's fun to go against, but he's more scary now because I still don't know how to play against him with this update, but I'll get there. Oh, shite. I think there's maybe like 1 or 2 more games and then we'll swap to Expedition 33. Yeah. Which sucks. I really want to keep playing 2v8. But I also really want to play Expedition 33. Tanker. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. Are we doing a diggy down, boo? Where are we digging? Counterpoint? Should we do a poll? I don't know. I think I should play it. No, I was fudge. Because that is true. But I haven't played Expedition 33 in a couple days. A couple streams. And Monday, we're going to do Rainbow Six Siege. God, please, for love of God, please work. Because last time my stream did not like it. I'm a little devil on your shoulder. Who's the angel? Hi, Taker. Taker, happy weekend. Don't tell me it's Mira. Oh, it's you? I was going to say, not Mira. Oh, my God. I mean that with all the love in my butt, by the way. Also me, but different. Okay. Oh, I was like, why do I see auras? I forgot I'm playing Escapist now. Alright, well, Shabby said they were gonna give me flashlights. Oh. Oh, okay, that's right. First chase, you get to see the killers. That's right. That's right. Birkin! He's looking for China. Oh, and then he's going to the couch. Alright. Imagine I get flashlight first. Oh, I'll take that, actually. I mean, I'll take that. Burke and Nemi, I like that. It's a fun combo. Maybe. I don't want to be by that zombie because I don't have a fleshy to blind them. So that'll be shite. Oh my God, that's Michonne. That is the that had to be Michonne. That's the loudest like grunting sound I've ever done to here. Holy moly. Hello, lovely. Yeah, I'm grateful for the key. Shabby. Oh, what happened? I don't know what I did. Oh, are they tunneling you? I don't like that. Leave my Shabster alone. Oh, this is my Shabby. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Ooh, Shadow Birkin. That's fun. Moon Quartz. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Where did... Oh, there you are. Okay. Hello, my love. And I have Sprint Burst, though, so if he comes over here, we can run. Moon Quartz, over doing so good, sweet summer child. Don't come here, Birkin. Hi, Moon. Everyone say hello. Hello, Moon. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. I wanted to... Oh. Oh, were you stuck? Sorry, I just want to take a hit for you. Oh, hello, lovely. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, I would have taken the zombie hit over a Nemesis hit. Oh, you're not chasing anymore, so you're good. Okay. We need to find a green theme for Shabby. Must protect my Shabby. Hi, cows. Cows. Big hugs for anybody who needs it, and big kisses. Mwah. Cows, hope you're doing so good, sweet summer child. Hello, Moon. Thanks, Supernova. Hello, Claudie. No. So, do your periods usually, or I guess usually is probably like not the best question, but like I know a lot of my friends that they will only get periods like sometimes because of their meds. like their periods will last like forever because they don't get them often. Do you think that's what's gonna happen to you, or is it like gonna be like a normal time, but it's just gonna like you're gonna want to die because it's like surprise, Shoni, you're dying? Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Periods suck.
Period. Ah! The gang's all here. There's gonna be heavy flow. Oh, so it makes it like miserable is what you're saying. Cool, cool. Love that for you. Hey. Was that tier 3? Any greenies? Oh, hey. Oh, sorry, love. Excuse me. Oh! Ah! Okay, well that's unfortunate. Oh, I see my teammates. Okay. Oh, okay. Ladies. ladies, trying to do my work type shit. Well, that gen is impossible to do. Let's see if we can do this one. I'm not doing my— oh, shit. Oh my god, they're everywhere! How many zombies are there? There are 3 or 4. Because holy guacamole. I don't want to waste this pallet for him. I'm just going to go back to that gen. We have 5 gens left. That's not looking good. Not looking good, loves. I was not getting my meds and now I'm in pain. I'm so sorry. Everyone give all of their love that they can spare. And extra huggies. To kitty cat goes. Run, shabby, run. Shabby, run. There are 3 people in chase right now. 2 people. Okay. Why do they want Shabby out so badly? What Shabby, what did you do? Maybe he just wants to be lore accurate with Birkin and Nemesis against Leon. I don't have a beam. I can't do anything. I let you go under a pallet. Oh. You can't sit either. No Minecraft. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Shabby's still in chase. Holy. Oh, I did a gen. Birkin has Lightborn. Oh yeah? Do you guys remember, what was it, was it, God, it had to be last stream where we had that one zombie that had Lightborn. It took almost my entire flashlight to burn the eyes of a zombie who was literally like right in front of me, like where that locker is. It was right in front of me, and it took almost the entire flashlight to burn his eyes. For some reason, he just would not get blinded. So the zombie, I joked the zombie had Lightborn. Goodbye. Thanks, Dragon Set Ablaze. That happened to you today? Okay. I feel like these gamers are getting free Lightborn. Huh. Oh. So it's like, was that tunneling? I mean, the first one was, right? It seems like they really wanted to, but I feel like by the time they killed you, like there was only like what, 4 gens left. It definitely did seem like they wanted you out, though. I don't know if it was because you were the first person found, and they just wanted to get somebody out of the game as quickly as they could, or it was because they were trying to be lore accurate. What's up, baby boy? Get that 6 out? Well, we're gonna try. Lore accurate? I think it was just trying to be lore accurate. That's what I think. With both Birkin and Nemesis. Oh, I can't do anything. I have nothing. I'm gonna be able to get that anyway. Fayboy, know you. Everyone say hello, Fayboy. Hope you're doing lovely, lovely. 2 gens left. Claudette has hella progress on 1 gen. I'm gonna get on this one. Or should I get the unhook? I don't know what to do, because we don't have a lot of gens. I'm gonna start this one, and I'm gonna go over here. And get that unhook. Shabby the real threat. Shabby, I think, has been murdered every single game, and so I need to make sure. I need to make sure Shabby lives. Because I have not had any breaks. Oh, like getting the oh, okay. Me. Well, I'm glad that you had your endurance hit. Wait, where are you? Hold on. I forgot I have speed. Wait, is he not on you? Okay. Nope, he is on you. Shit, I'm so sorry. Flashlight. Okay. So, that was wrong for me for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't take a hit. 2, I didn't use my speed. Because I forgot I had it. I'm sorry, it's my first game with my speed. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yep. Whoa! Was that a green vial? Did you guys see that? Because I saw that. Fudge. It may have been blue. That's true. I think we got those, what, 4 gens left because of their commitment to Shabsters. You know what, Shabby? I'll wear a Twitch shirt next stream, or next game, so that they tunnel me instead of you. Lupus? Huh? Guys, where's this scrambled? Well, you're still crossfaded, right? RE9. I'm trying to figure out what you're referencing, but I'm really bad with words, so I don't know if I'll understand that. The virus thing? Oh, what was the virus called in RE9? Why is he stomping? Okay. No, he found me! Whoa! 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 That Bluetooth connection hit, but the hit that I tried to take for Mira didn't hit. GG's. Yeah, the Bluetooth connections have been, honestly, that's not even the worst hit. That's not even the worst hit. That was just normal 2v8 shenanigans. There was this really funny hit earlier today with a Wesker. I dropped the pallet. I had vaulted over the pallet. So the pallet was already dropped. I vaulted over the pallet. A whole second had passed. And then he hit me. And I was like, but then the other day, a Chucky hit me. I think I either had dropped the pallet and I stunned him. And then like a full second later, I got hit. It was a wild hit. It's just like 2v8. Elpis! Yeah. So, you know, Lupus, Elpis. That was pretty close. Oh, it was Blue. Blue was the tonic that was. Lupus, Elpis, close enough. Also, Dankos! Thank you for the 105 stream streak. How are you doing, Sugar Muffin? Honey, bunches of oats. What? Also, Dankos. Mwah, you gonna fire Gucci. Let's do a poll. No, I really feel like we should do Expedition 33. I really feel like we should. We'll do one more game. We'll do one more game of 2v8. One more game of 2v8. I really want to keep playing 2v8. But... oh, all my teammates are dead? Oh, then I have no desire to keep watching. GG's! But, I really want to play 2v8, but I know I'm gonna play some Expedition 33. I'm okay, I did pass out when I got home. Well, good morning! Do Exposition 33. Slay less. I'm gonna play an ad now, so there's no ad in-game. I will ready up. Did you say bring Torchbearer? Torchbearer? I bring Torchbearer. All 4 of us died? Yeah. It's because Winchester's not here. When Winchester's here, there's always one of them or 2 of them, and by them I mean of us players that will get hatch. Either one or 2. One or dosey dos. I thought you meant as in Leon. Leon's moans. Are you doing Leon again, by the way? What if we get 2 Resident Evil characters? They're gonna want to get the lupus out of you. Lupus! There he is. There he is, Peter. What's my Jake outfit look like? Oh. Oh. Yeehaw, peepaw. Lupus! Oh, Jake with his grippers out. We're gonna get Leary's now. Whenever I play a barefooted character, I swear I always get some sort of indoor map where you just hear my flippy floppies just flapping and flapping on the floor. By the wings of a butterfly, hurry up song. Yeehaw, beepa! Holy grippers, Batman. Of course, Camfister has that. The ace is gorgeous. I don't have him on my screen. I have us Gorleys on the screen. I don't have the ace on mine. Do you guys like my pajamas? Yeah, you hate it a lot and you lose it. Yeah. It's like me when I used to say YOLO, ironically, and then now I started using it all the time. Flippy floppies, flip it and flap it. We're gonna get Leary's. I'm calling it. Ace took your spot on my screen. What the fuck? Hey guys, you guys download Opera GX yet? If we get 150 people to download it, I'm going to give away a copy of Resident Evil 9 Requiem Deluxe. You know what? I'll take this, because I really, 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 for some reason, really want to play this map. For some slutty little reason, I really want to play this map. Chainsaw! Yippee! And a Dracula. Okay, I am so happy. Best last game ever. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, I believe to the end of May. Maybe longer, but I'm pretty sure end of May. Like May, what, 30th or 31st, whatever the last day is. Perfecto. Don't hit my generator. Batman! No! Oh, sorry, love. So anyways. I have the Twitch shirt. I get the flashlight saves. That's how the rules go, Ace Visconti. Shite, he's blue. We leave! Oh my god, no! Oh, you coward! Don't go blue, don't go blue. Oh, if he was blue there. Whoa! What was that? Oh, healing. Cool. I'll take that. Thank you. Oh no. What's up, Silly Sin? Silly Sin, happy weekend. Oh, hello, love. I didn't even know that. Quick gambit value? Ah. Picking up overtime because I'm trying to buy a new car. Whatever. Do you mind if I ask what kind of car you're looking for or looking to get? Oh my god, I got that. You're welcome, Ace. Click at me again, buddy. I'm joking. But that's so exciting. Can I touch you in a Pokemon battle, or if I find your bike, can I get a free badge? My bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride it where I like. What was your question? Oh, I see. Yeah, but just as long as you don't, like, set it on fire with a thunder. Only 2 gens are done. 2024 Toyota RAV4. I know what that is. I've heard of that before. And okay, so you've already driven it. Okay. and not have to worry about. Whoa! Okay, to be fair, I was only reading chat. Did you snowboard me? I wasn't even looking at the screen! Oh, it's on! Oh, it's on! Homie's playing blindfolded and he gives me numbers. I'm playing blindfolded. No, not him. I'm sorry. I'm playing blindfolded. Hey, Zeus! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. My generator. Hey. I'm so glad it's this combo of killers too. Oh. Oh shite, oh shite, oh shite, oh shite. I see, said the blind man to the deaf dog. Oh my god, he doesn't know I'm here though. So this is awkward. Now they both know I'm here. That was really unfortunate. Shabby got up, no fudging way. No fudging way Shabby got up. Whoa, Sheboygan! Damn it! My flippy flappies were flipping and flapping in the wind! Damn you, loud grippers! Ted, Kari, Adri, mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. All right. They don't get any more hooks. That was their last hook that they get on me. Plus, both the cars I currently have are collected 43 years old. I remember you saying that actually. So I'm spoiling myself. Gonna be a while though. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You gotta save up for that shite. I'm so happy for you though. It's so excited. Oh no, lovely, we gotta go. I'm so scared. You have pallet. You're good. Okay. I was gonna be like, wait, hold on. I'll say, hold on a minute. Oh, there's 2 aces in this game. My Friday has been amazing. I feel like I got nothing done today, but at the same time, I've got a lot done today. Isn't that weird? Do your thing, chicken wing. I'm so proud of you. Also, I hope you're feeling back to normal. I'm not sure if you're feeling okay, but I hope you're feeling better. Yeah! That was, oh yeah. Oh, Sheboygan. Oh no, that was Shabby. I thought that was the, oh, fudge. That's right. Oh god. Okay. Now I'm a little stressed. I'm a little stressed. She's a little stressed. Fudge, I couldn't get that. My boy. Whoa! That's alright. That's alright. I'm not worried. I'm a little worried. Oh my god, the shadow class is gonna be so scary though. Oh my god, he left me. I'm surprised he left me. There's a tonic up here. I know there's a tonic up here. Oh my god, I was just joking. Witch! I was hoping for a blue one. You've gifted me an early release pass into Toe Time. You are so funny. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Oh, hello, lovely. Hope I didn't steal that from you. Okay, good. No, you're good. Oh, look at them! Look at them! Ah! Ack. Alright. They're on a gen. I'm on a gen. I'm gonna commit to the gen, because I want to get all the gens done. Do you like it? If you guys go to my Twitter, for anyone who has Twitter, it's okay if you guys don't, but if you go to my Twitter, I kind of did like a cute, like, I'm trying out, like, I tried out for the very first time, like, an aesthetic, like, post or whatever. Like, I tried to make, like, an aesthetic, like, post with, hey. Oh, someone DC. Oh, okay. With, are you getting the save? Is that, okay, you are. Okay. With, the body spray that I'm wearing today, which is a Squirtle body spray. Oh, hello. And, like, with the Pokemon cards. Oh, this is awkward. Okay. Oh my god, I got stuck on the... Ah! And there's an eyelash in my eyeball. There's just a lot happening right now. I'm really scared. But yeah, I'm really proud of my Twitter going live post is what I'm trying to say. my eyelash, my eyeball. Double DC, yeah, both Robin and Ace. Unfortunato. Someone else is here. Oh, so the killers are adjusting their strategies. Do you guys notice that? They're adjusting their strategies to, oh, I ran into it. Damn. Good. GG's. They're adjusting their strategies to make sure that they make sure that they get these downs. You spanked him? I'll do it again. I'll do it again. And it's working out because it's keeping us making sure that we have to keep healing, keep unhooking.
Yeah.
It's working out really well for them. We do only have one gen left. Hello, bot Robin Buckley. That is your real name. You have a key?
Give it to me.
Give me your key. Can I item tech her? Do you think? Hey. What got here for, kid? Any blue tonics? I want that key, Robin. Robin, I want that key. Robin.
Bot Robin.
Oh my god, that scared the god literally up. That scared me so bad. I didn't even know you're here. Ah! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh. What was that? Oh. Oh, it was dead. I thought someone DC'd again. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. I was gonna say, should we let this person on hook die? But then I just realized that that's Mira, so I'm not gonna do that. Thanks, Neon Ghost! Thank you, Angel. Thank you, thank you. Oops, I accidentally didn't unhook the bot. That's crazy. Mira, I said I'm not going to, but I'll do it to the bot. Absolutely. Oh my god, but happy weekend, Neon Ghost. Hope you're doing so good. Hello, my love. Oh, Space hasn't even been hooked yet. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Well, two of us have a chance for death. Why do you want me? Now, what did I do? Wait! Ah, yeah, you take that. You take that. You take those W's when you can, Billy. Oh, there's a paillette over. Oh my god! No! 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 GG's, GG's. At least my friends will live. And the Robin died just in time, too. So hopefully they get hatched. What's up, Melodol? And Melodol, happy weekend. Oh, yeah, that was a bot, yeah. I wouldn't leave just anybody on hook. But yeah, if it's a bot, I'll leave on hook. Because who cares? What are they gonna do? Report me? Although, if you guys remember where she was hooked, I think it was right there. There should be a key, no? Or oh, nice. Okay, Spades found one. There should be a key where Robin died. Okay. Mira, if you can remember where Robin died, there is a key. I don't know what key it was, though. Have a good night, Shabby. Shabby, thank you so much for playing with me. Also, Melodol, thank you for the 3 stream streak, and mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I believe in Harvey Dent. This cosmetic is so fuego. I'm pretty sure, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that this is...
That would've hit me.
I'm pretty sure this is linked. No? Gotcha! The toolbox is going crazy. Aww, we want the Dracula Mori. Although, with the blue chainsaw, that looks pretty cool. I'll take it. Alright, that looks pretty cool. Alright, whatever. You're lucky that you got the moon in the background, too. GG's. GG's. Sable Ward's feet. Trademark. Oh, man. GG's. Sable Ward's feet. Trademark. Man. Oh, I didn't even notice that the toolbox was going wrong. What was going on with your toolbox? Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, guys, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. We're going to swap over to Expedition 33 now. What on any planet could that... Wait, what on any planet could that possibly mean? Wait, what? Oh, I don't know. I'm actually afraid to read that out loud, Shabby. Also, Willie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Do you guys want to see me put channel points, or not channel points, blood points into Ghostface? Ooh, sorry, I almost threw up. Almost gonna say that. But, Mira, Shabby, Spades, thank you so much for playing with me. I am Prestige 19. Almost Prestige 20. Oh, is it? Oh, the gooch, that's the taint. That is El Tainto. Alt F4. Mira, I want to play with you more. Ladies! Alright, while I swap games, I'm going to go PP. I'll leave Dead by Daylight open a little bit longer because I know there's free drops with Dead by Daylight. Now, there is a drop with Expedition 33, but it's the paid one where you either subscribe yourself or gift us up and you get the Expedition 33 Twitch badge, and that one ends either May 10th or May 11th, so you only have a couple more days left. Expedition 33! It's been a couple days, and I keep saying, guys, I'm gonna do both, I'm gonna do both, I'm gonna do both. And I keep sticking on Dead by Daylight, so I'm gonna swap over. But we did do DBD for about 3 hours. About 2.5 hours, because I did open Pokemon cards for a while. So I'm gonna go pee, and then we will go do some Expedition 33. Be right back.
Or J-Bug's coming.
Both of them. We might have to run. Oh, let's go. I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Rosil. Ah, no, we gotta go. Oh, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go. Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet, yeah. Did I make this? I'm gonna just do it for distance. She vaults. Ooh! Okay. Oh! Oh, I thought for sure she was getting that. That's right. I think I get this. Yeah, this is fine. Why am I taking chase, by the way?
I love the
When we
Pixel
observe
tournament
J-Bug
area.
and
Oh,
Lillipie
for
here. Why is it I am taking Aaron's Better Together tournament, right? That was a fun tournament. Yeah, because I have no desire to be in tournaments anymore, just because they stress me the fudge out. But you know, when Aaron asks you to be in a tournament, you go into being in the tournament. You know what I mean? I did play killer in that one. Boy, I did good though. I played Nemesis, didn't I? I did really well with my Nemesis one because we round. We won my round. Just barely. I think because I killed one person we won my killer round. Oh my god, that was such a stressful time. Yeah, like I love tournaments, and especially like when it's for good causes and things like that. But I just can't do them anymore. They're stress me the heck out, man. Got some really good content. And then what Alibot's Ash to Eerie challenge was super fun. I think we've done Ash to Eerie 2 or 3 times now? 1 every 10 years, yes. But that was fun. See, that I liked, the Ash to Eerie, because like there's less, I mean, more pressure, but less pressure at the same time. You know what I mean? I helped. You guys helped me so much because it was basically like protect the present the entire time. I think I still have a couple characters, like I think like the Hattie and the Gabriel still have a couple, or my build. It was like, oh god, I don't remember. I know it was overcome, lightweight, counterforce, something else was my Ash to Eerie build. Okay, so we're just gonna swap to Expedition 33. Yeah. There we go. Alright. I don't know a lot about this game. I still don't know either. And I keep doing this thing where I don't play it for like 3 to 4 days in between me playing it. And then I forget how to play. So we'll do first playthrough. There you go. It is a turn-based game. Turn-based open world game, I suppose, is what I'm gathering from it so far. I haven't gotten very far. Oh, Glare Obscure, do not tell me that you're borked. So, the aspect ratio is a little off on my end. I might have to close and restart it. Whoa, yeah. Alright. Alright. Nobody breathe. Glare Obscure, do not be a little bitch. Settings. I hate games where you have to change your graphic settings every single time you open the game. Hi, Milkman! Hold on. Sorry, my thing is freaking out right now. Hold on. Okay. It's doing a thing where, like, all my windows are, like, flashing. Ugh. It really drives me crazy when games do this. Outlast Trials did this for months, and then finally, I don't have to fix my settings every time I open up the game, but Glare Obscure, why are you doing this? Okay. Hopefully, okay, we're good. Whew. Basically, it opened up in full screen. It makes all 3 of my monitors flash every time I clicked on the game, and anytime I applied a setting, it made all my monitors flash. And usually that messes up my aspect ratio on my OBS, but luckily it didn't. So, thank you for not being that annoying. But that was moderately annoying. You're about to exit with unsafe settings. No, I would like to say them. Say, yep, okay, cool. Jasper Tail, come on, you want to say hello?
Peru less than 3.
Rarina! Excuse the actual French toast sticks out of me. Hello, Angel. Oh, you want to say hello to the kitty cat? Come here. Want to say hello to Rar? Oh, look at how cute Boo is. You guys see him in the dog window? Look at how cute he is. Oh, so this is Jasper. Jasper says, Okay, I have to get a picture of Jasper. He is, I'm sorry, not you. Of Boo. He's so cute. Hold on. Hi, you're so cute. Don't move. Oh my god. Ah! That was so cute. Mwah! Oh, that was the cutest picture ever. Look at him. I'll put this in the Discord. Sorry. That was so cute. Oh man. That was so cute. I'm like so gagged. You'd think I'd be so like not overseeing my pets every single day 24/7, but I'm not. I love them so much. Animal photos. Oh, Jasper, no one cares about you right now. Try looking as cute as Boo does and as Boo bad, and we'll get there, okay? Oh, so cute! Alright, I posted in the Discord for you guys. Rar, hope you're doing so good, sweet angel face. Thank you so much for the resub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Question. Can you guys hear the game? And if so, audio good, audio bad, audio not even there? What is our audio? Oh, let me turn off DBD Creator. There we go. That's better. You guys hear the singing? Can't hear? Cool, thank you. Thank you, sweet angel. Alright, continue. So yeah, it says I have 8 hours of playtime. Pretty sure that's about maybe 2 or 3 hours, maybe 3 or 4 hours of like actual gameplay time, because I've uploaded two parts of my Expedition 33 playthrough on YouTube so far. The second one's members only. It gets uploaded for everybody at noon tomorrow. But stop, you're so cute, Angel. But I do edit out all the yapping. I do edit them all out. Good night, Dragon. Dragon, have the best night ever. Thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Now there are Twitch drops. It is an Expedition 33 Twitch badge. No obligation to do it or get it or anything like that. It's just there in case you are a collector like moi. But if you sub or gift a sub, primes don't count and timed resubs don't count. So you have to manually resub or manually gift a sub, and you get the Twitch badge for Expedition 33 for their 1 year anniversary of releasing the game. No obligation. That took me a second, but I got there. I didn't get that at first, but I got there. Oh, I remember. So where we were last time, where we last left our heroes is I fought this big guy because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go and like kill myself really quickly, and then oh, okay, so I guess I already killed him, and I didn't respawn him, but I thought I was gonna like go and die by by fighting him, and then I ended up winning. So, ooh, am I healed? I am healed. Oh, okay, so I guess it just doesn't respawn. So, yes. That's like probably the easiest I've gone to remember where I've left off in a story mode game. That's the quickest I've remembered stuff. I'm very pleased with that. I'm gonna fight you, but first I'm gonna look over
has
here.
a certain melancholy beauty. A lone outpost of humanity nestled amongst
fight
the
him first.
corals. A sailor lost at sea.
Our resident cynic is now a poet.
Oh, I faced the wrong way. I was just trying to shoot his little thingy. Oh, how do I do this again? Oh! Okay, right bumper to dodge. No, right bumper to parry, B to dodge. Right bumper parries, B to dodge. Oh, you already did. Okay. White rabbit. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, wow. That's easy. Wait, was there another one? Watch you while wearing my Loki Gunner glasses. Yes. Did you get those from a mystery box? All good? Or did you have those for a while? I can't remember which ones you'd already had. But all good. I hope you're doing so good. I hope you happy weekend. I don't want to go up there yet. But those Loki glasses are so sick. I don't want to go up there yet either. I'll fight you though. I'll fight you. Okay, hold on. There you go. Did you buy that? No way! That is so sweet. Thank you so much. What the hecky? That really means a lot. It helps me out so much. Oh, there is a no. Oh, yeah. No way. That's awesome. I hope you love them. Seriously, that helps me out more than I can possibly describe. I can't wait for a Monday stream with Gunner because I'm going to open up some more glasses. I still have to email them requesting new ones, but I keep forgetting. Let's just attack. Right? No. Immolation. Yo. Feel the burn.
And yeah.
I'm God. No way, they kind of just suit my face. Yeah, oh, I love the Lokis on you. What was the other ones you got? I think there were Spider-Man ones, no?
Take him down.
Oh, he's dead! I'm gonna parry. I'm gonna try to parry. No way, I did it! I don't mean to brag, but I just parried twice in a row. Oh my god, am I a Claire Obscure Expedition 33 streamer? Yippee! That was the first time I think I've gotten is that the first time I've gotten a counter? Or maybe the second time I've gotten a counter. That was really awesome. Oh, I feel really, really good about that. GG, thank you! Oh, Spider-Man one. What's it? Maybe the Miles Morales. Oh, this is a guy. Ah! I was gonna be like, can I fight him? Oh, he's big. Oh, this is the Ussy looking guy. He's got like the jeans, you know, like the jeans in there. I missed, sorry. They're dead. They're dead! Applies 3 burns. I like that.
I'm really, really proud of that.
Take him down.
Brace yourself.
That's the ground. We dodge. I missed it.
Damn!
Luckily, that wasn't too much damage. Nice.
And yeah.
I think I just took regular attacks. Yeah. Damn. I missed the dodge, but that's alright. Mayel leveled up. Okay. We got this little kitty cat guy up there. This is a new area, so I haven't inspected it yet. Let's go fight this kitty cat. 2 kitty cats! Shut up. Oh, I love this game. This game is so much fun. I'm being so good and not playing off stream, but I need you guys to know how much that hurts. Or how hard that is. I just want to play off stream. Neon ghosts. Mwah. Think with a forehead goofy. I don't think they're even gonna make it. Yeah, because I think this guy's gonna die from this burn, yeah. I feel like these guys are really easy to kill. I think I'm playing on normal difficulty, ain't I? Yeah, but then give me a mime, and that'll get me humbled really quick. One day I'll be good enough at this game to fight the mimes, but it is not this day. I feel like if I was like really confident in my parries and my dodges, I would fight a mime, and I feel like I could kill it. but I am not confident in that. Holy damage, Batman. Oh, they're all okay. Wow, I'm even hitting my most of these say QTEs as well. What is happening here? Why am I doing so well in combat? Oh, dodge! Oh, too late and then too early. That's right. That's combo. Late. Early. Early both times. Cool. Sorry, Maya. Oh, you're dead! You're not burned. You're that. I'm going to just attack you. You spark. Yeah, I think I should be okay. I'm still technically burned. No matter what, yeah. Easy! Although, Mael, what is your health looking like? Oh, you're fine. Alright. Hopefully there's no mines up here. Is it just this?
Well, that will help.
Oh, wait. After a free aim hit, base attack damage increased by 50%. How do I do Luminizer? Okay, hold on. What was this one? Gain powerful for turn 1 on base attack. What was it? After a free aim hit, base attack damage is increased by 50% for 1 turn? Yeah, I want that. What do you have? To burn on free aim shot, 25% increase critical chance on burning enemies. 50%. Okay, so I think we're gonna do this, and we're gonna get rid of critical burn. Yeah, and then you have 20% shot on free aim shot. We are gonna do what you just had. Was critical burn, 20% increase critical chance on burning enemies. Yeah, okay, we'll get rid of that. Perfecto. Yeah, I like that. That's a lot. I think I'm starting to learn how to do these like power-ups ish, maybe. I think I'm still not maximizing it, but I think I'm starting to learn ish. I don't know. I say that and I'm probably missing out so much. Oh, Gustav, you're so pretty. I forgot. Did you guys see the huge like Expedition 33 like pre-order for Gustav's arm? Like it's this whole ass like I don't know if I got first strike. It's this whole ass arm that you can pre-order. It looks beautiful. It's like 469 doll hairs though. Or it's like almost $500, so it's kind of insane, you know what I mean? But it's really, really pretty. Okay. Price 3 burn. I want that. Oh, on me. I'm so bad at PCs now. Have like a D&D setup. Would you say that this has like a D&D setup?
Take him down.
Dodge, Gustav.
Dodge. She told me to dodge. All right. Oh, too early. Sorry, I don't know the timing on your attacks, dude. But I got 1 dodge. That's good. Smash to the ground. Okay, hold on. Oh. Ah! Too late again. I'll get it. I'll get the timing. Don't worry. She'll get it. Heal. Sorry. No, let's do this one. It's so good. I love it. Alright, got that. That was you. They might die from the burn their next turn. Yeah, cool. When I played on Tailspire, it did. Everyone taking turns attacking in order. Ah, so you like turn-based. This, so far, reminds me a lot of Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, which is one of my favorite games that has ever gamed ever in my entire life. I think this game... Oh, I don't want to go there yet. I think Lord of the Rings: Third Age is one of my favorite games ever because it was... If I remember correctly, it was free range. Not like this. I mean, this game came out like 2009 or something. So it was like old ass game. But you had like were able to free run, free range, but then also you would run into enemies like I just did, and then you'd fight them. And I don't know. It just reminds me a lot of it, and I think that's one of my favorite games that's ever existed. So this game already wins in my head just for that purpose. Let's check over here first. Just because it hits me and then the stool shot.
This will be useful.
Oh wow, look at all of these dead guys. I just got chills. Oh, I don't want to go over there yet either. Okay, let me go up. Let me climb these steps. Oh. Okay, Gustav, can you not walk over them? Oh, that's so sad. What is Tailspire, by the way? I've never heard of that one. Oh, this goes down. And over there? What's over here? I'm trying to go the wrong way first, and then eventually the right way. Is this where he just was? Huh? Okay, whatever. I want to go the wrong ways first, and then the right way, because I like to explore that way. Also, I love that the controller vibrates a little bit whenever you come across one of those like quick jump places, or else I never would find them. I hear a big boy. Yeah. Okay. So what is that? Okay. Heal party. Yeah. Yeah. Heal party. Okay. Yeah. I like that. Okay. Yeah. Heal the fucking party. What do I do with that? What am I gonna do with that? Alright. Well, hopefully this guy is not as hard as, Mime. Chromatic Troubadour. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Chroma is flowing.
Woo! So anyways, R.I.P. Gustav. That did a lot of damage, though. Can I bring back my teammate? Can I do this? No? You can't just heal my teammate like that? Alright. Oh, shit. Alright, well, let's set you on fire, at least.
Let's spill some ink.
Ugh. Small revive. Yeah, I think we should revive Gustav.
You can't leave us yet.
Careful, my elbow.
Okay. Damn it! Oh, that does 3 attacks? Okay, I did not know that. Okay, well this is not good. This is fine. I'll do it again because now that I know that he's got 3 attacks.
Take him down.
One. Oh, I press A instead of dodge like a dummy. All right, it's fine. It's fine. We'll redo it. It's fine. It's fine.
Feel the burn.
Burn. Yeah.
Ready to evade.
Oh, this is a new attack. Ah! Perfect. Good girl. All right. Let me redo it. I wasn't ready. Let me do it again. The Opera link does take me to the App Store mobile. Oh, now I download via mobile and desktop. It does not. It's only for, excuse me. It's only for PC. Thank you though. I haven't tried Opera on my phone yet. Oh shite! Wait, I'm not ready. Hold on. Okay, well that was unfortunate. Girl, I'm trying to drink my G Fuel. Chill, chill, chill. Holy moly. Ah. Not the fart trumpet. It is kind of a fart trumpet, isn't it? Chromatic Troubadour is his name. Killing me is his game.
Okay.
Girl, you are not okay.
Shields up.
Shell is a buff that reduces by 20% the damage received by the character. Alright.
Take cover.
Damn it! Ah!
Careful, Mael.
Damn. Alright, well I'm getting better. I'm starting to learn it. That second one I can't get. Hi, AG! There's something tickling my throat. And I'm such a yapper that normally I would just stop talking because something is bothering me. But I have to keep talking. And it's really annoying. Healing light. Oh, okay. Emulation's all I really got, sister. Is this the other game? Yes, this is Expedition 33. You are gonna die, my love. You have 1 health left. Holy moly, guacamole, artichoke. More shell. Spark.
Place on me. Ready to parry.
No! No, Mael! I'm so sorry. It's that second one. I can get the first one. I can sometimes get the third one. I can't get that second one. Oh, man. There's nothing I can do.
Ready to evade.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to like watch to see like where the where his like tell is for that second one. I just can't get it. But I am doing better. Have you taken a shot about it? No, I have not. But I do have shots in case anything happens in stream.
I'll do it.
Oh, I forgot. Oh. Ah! Oh, oh, damn it! Oh, I got 2 out of 3 though. I finally got the second one. It was my first time dodging the second one. I keep forgetting that I have to pay attention at the beginning of the game because he attacks first. I keep forgetting that. But I did get two Old Smoky Moonshine like mini shots, an apple pie and banana pudding for any shenanigans in Strem. And then I did get a new tequila. I did take a shot earlier though, just to see what it tasted like. Oh shit, everyone's alive. Oh, for now. Are they on fire yet? They are on fire. Okay, cool. Let's keep... No, we'll do guard up. Definitely guard up. Definitely guard up.
Shields up.
Oh, that was perfect. It's okay. It's okay.
On me.
That's early. Perfect. Oh! Okay. Do. Okay.
On me.
Do. Blue. Damn, that was too early on all of them.
Flow.
Damn! I did parry the first one though. almost had the third one. Perfect. Almost had it. Wait, why can't I overcharge? Why can't I overcharge? Why can't I do it? 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 No! No! Oh, that's why. Okay, damn it. Espelon Blanco is my favorite. Yeah, that's what I have. Did you see me drink that earlier? You're gonna drink the banana one I convinced you to get right? If, yeah. Yeah. The next shenanigan, I will absolutely do it. As long as you're here. I don't want to do it if you're not here. Okay, I was just gonna attack. Okay, I'm gonna try to parry again. Oh! Damn. I'm gonna get it. I'm literally, quite literally, we are gonna be here for the rest of the stream. Because I want to get this. Alright, he attacks first, I'm gonna parry every time. So I need to start getting parry attacks, I think.
Don't die.
Gustav, don't die is crazy. No, I want to just like restart the battle. That's alright. We'll keep practicing. Damn. Damn.
Shields up.
Bum. God!
A storm is coming.
I'm gonna get it. Well, I will literally not leave this stream. Stream doesn't end until I beat this guy. Stream ends as soon as I beat this guy. Oh, here we go. Okay, for the record, I thought I had that perfect. I think if I dodged there, I would have gotten those dodges, but because the parry, you're more... Okay. I'm gonna get it. This game is really hard.
Please survive.
I disagree. I think I got both those. Again, I think if I did the dodge, I would have got that, but I kind of wish... Like, I know the whole parry... I know that the whole parry and dodge mechanic is like the whole point of the entire combat system for this game, but I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could play this game without that mechanic. Like if there was like an auto parry and auto dodge, or something that like made it easier, like where it gave me some sort of cue that's way more obvious than what is apparently given to me. I don't know. I think I enjoy. I think I'm not good at games like this, and I'm having a really hard time to the point where I just want to give up. But I'm not going to. But I want to. So it's to the point where it's like I'm not having fun anymore. You know. And I'm sure it's not fun for you guys to just see me. Oh, I forgot to shoot you. All right, there we go. That's right. We're not gonna win this one. Oh, I forgot to do shields. Yeah. Girl like me. Oh, what did I say, Loki? I missed it. I forgot. Alright.
Take cover.
See, I thought the first two, the last one I was definitely late. But the first two I feel like I had it. The last one I was definitely late. But the first two were definitely good. I liked that move. Let's do this. Cool, okay.
I'll do it.
Come on. I'm gonna start dodging. Oh, she's dead. Oh no, she's dead. Because I feel like we're not like parrying. Oh, too early again. That was really good though. That was really good. This is really hard. Like me? Sorry. It was funny though. I'm sorry I ruined the joke for you. Alright. we're gonna start dodging now instead of parrying.
A storm is coming.
Holy shit, this is the first time I'm starting the game, or I'm starting this battle with full health. Okay. What are we gonna do? We are going to... Wrong time of proof! I thought we did great! Oh, it's because the hard like me voices? Oh. I really like doing Thunderfall. Shoot. I'm gonna do that one. I did the wrong... I pressed the wrong button. That is not what I wanted. Yippee! Okay, so we'll just attack you now. And then we will do guard up. And then you... I'm going to this. I feel good about that. Dodge, dodge, dodge. It's fine. We don't need her anyway. I really don't need her so much. She's doing so well. Okay. So the second one still is tricky, but we'll get there. We're just gonna take it again.
Rune, watch out!
Too early. Perfect! See, I even called it out beforehand because I knew. I could feel it.
Feel the burn.
Do I risk it? It's two. He has 2 turns before he can get me. I'm gonna overcharge now. I'm overcharging now. I don't think I can do it.
Let me paint this!
Okay. We got him to halfway. And he missed a turn because of the stun. That is awesome. We just attacked. Perfect. Now we turn.
Danger! That is staying. I'll do it.
Oh my god, she's finally learned how to play the game.
I'm ready.
Oh my god. Okay, he's got another turn though.
Oh my god! Everyone shut the fuck up!
Feel the burn. I'm
Oh
ready.
my god. I was 1 turn away. I was 1 turn away from getting it. Well, now I can't stop. This is gonna be my last one. I was 1 turn away because he was 1 turn of burn away from dying. If I didn't do the wrong move too, I think for Lune. Okay, all right. Oh, now I know I can get you. I'm gonna go back to dodging instead of parrying. All right.
Take cover.
Had me hooked until I beat him. Took me a good amount. Really? Oh, Daylight Demon! I cannot tell you how validated I feel. His second attack is showing. I can't get the timing of it. Okay. Honestly, with my you know what? With my L dying, I abandoned battle. Yes, we're gonna try it again. Because I need her. I need my L. How's the game going? Terrible. Terrible. But I'm gonna do it. Oh, that does restart it. Okay, I didn't know that restarted it. Cool. Alright. But we're gonna get this.
Ready to evade.
I'm ready.
You're not ready. Because... I'm sorry, but if someone dies the first move, I'm not moving. I can't do it. I was so committed to that last one being my last try, and I was just gonna try fighting someone else. But because I was one burn away, like he had one more turn and he was dead. I know I can do it now. Hi, Spooky Dragon! Hold on, I gotta lock in. Hold on 1 second. Okay. She's alive. She's alive. She's alive. Oh. Oh no! Do you have the weekend off, Dragon, or do you have work tomorrow as well? Okay. Okay.
Not giving up.
And then we're gonna do this. Perfect. And then you are gonna do this. I think I have my strategy down. I just need to make sure that I actually like go.
On me.
Early then. It's that second move. I can't do it. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Did you really, Panda Pants? We have 25 downloads for Opera GX. If we get 125 more downloads before May is up, we are going to give away a copy of Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition. You're not going to get the hardcore, like the hardcover. You're just going to get the code sent to you on Steam. But yeah, if we can get 150 people to download Opera GX before the end of May, I will give away a copy of Resident Evil Requiem. Yippee! If you fuck up first turn, I encourage you to still go on. It means you have a chance to get into the flow. Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing before Daylight Demon, but this is like I think my 15th time going against him. I just want to restart it now. Also, thank you for the 10 stream streaks. I was doing that. And now I'm impatient. But Spooky Dragon, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. That means so much. What the hecky? Do I revive her? Do I take a turn to revive her? I'm kind of tempted. I'm going to. I'm going to throw caution to the wind, and I'm going to revive her. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to do that. And then for you, I'm to attack. Burns.
Not giving up.
Yeah, I've been here for a while, unfortunately. You. Any more guard? No, damn. Okay. Becomes weak to fire damage for 2 turns? Sure.
My sword is death.
She sounds like she's about to die.
Feel the burn.
Lune, watch out!
Too early. Perfect! No way I messed with the first one. Okay. You don't have to sell me on it. Opera is the best browser. It has a built-in VPN. You can have it not track your push ads. It's amazing. I use my phone. Did you? I've never tried it on my phone. I'm gonna have to try it on my phone now, though. What's up, DJ? Have you seen Power Rangers? I've seen like the first one with Ivan Ooze. If that's what you're talking about. I've never seen the one with the hot blonde chick though. The newer one from like I don't know 2015. I'd be running mods on this game. I get frustrated too. You see, you have all. Oh, are there mods to do auto? If there's a mod out there for like auto counter or auto whatever, I so on God would just download it. On God.
For those who come up.
He said the thing. doing fine, sweetheart. You're doing fine. I think we got it. I think we got it. I think no matter what, even if everybody dies, I think we got it. We have it. I think we got it. No matter what, because he gets burned, and I'm about to hurt him. I think we have it. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! We got it first try. I cannot believe we beat him first try. That's awesome. Yo, fuck this game. SPD. Which one is that one? I got rid of Safari and got Opera. Now my phone doesn't push it. Oh my god, Safari. Have a good night, Supernova. I would say good night, Supernova. Thank you so much for hanging out, homie. First try is crazy. I know. Can you believe we got that first try? Space Patrol Delta. I don't know. I haven't watched Power Rangers since I was a child. Oh my god. Is Mael dead? Oh. Are you a ghost, Mael? Scary ghost? I cannot believe I beat that guy. Alright, now my next goal beats a,
Nice.
Ooh, 3 AP on breaking a target. What? My next goal is to beat a mime. I feel so good after that. Like, holy. I feel so good. Let me go explore really quickly. Oh, we're here again. Why are we here again? I need a mini-map, guys. I'm telling you guys, I love this game so much, but holy, put a frickin' mini-map or, that is a big boy. I told you guys that's a big boy. I told you. Look, 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 look. I wonder if I him. Put a mini-map or some sort of like north-south. Put a compass. It's a whale. Oh, put like some sort of compass so I'm not getting lost. You know what I mean? Wasn't I just here? Am I crazy? I was just here, and then that just goes right back to the start? I'm so confused. Is there nothing else here? Was it just that guy to fight? I think it was just that guy. Interesting. Huh. Well, what was the point of that? And I can't go back. Okay. Just to fight that guy. Well, I kind of want to go to the flag. Yeah. Wait, how much health do you have? Lune has 1 health. Yikes! There was a flag, right? Yeah, okay. Please, I'm almost dead, please. Oh, doesn't everyone like respawn though? Minimap or compass was always one of the most requested features. If the devs thought it aligns with their vision, however, they would have already added it. Oh, so other people agree too? I would love something, because I just get so lost. Alright, so we have a bunch of things that we can upgrade, no? 6. El Diablo. Breed! Mwah. Think of the forehead, QC. Let's see, you are... Oh, I have 6. I forgot. Bloop. 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 You. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop. Oh, I forget. There's more. Bloop. There you go. You. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Learn skills. 5 points, 3 points, 2. Okay. You can only learn this. Rock slide deals medium single target earth damage. 2 hits. Can break. Consumes blank 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 for greatly increased damage. Okay. The director said multiple times that while he likes FF10, is that Final Fantasy? He thought the minimap made the game less fun to explore. I get that, to be honest, in a linear game with only some maps that are confusing enough to really need a map, it makes sense to not include one to make it an element of game design to find hidden stuff. I don't even want to find hidden, like to find stuff. I just want directions. That's what I want. You know what I'm saying? I never played Final Fantasy though. Am I lame for that? Don't know. No one answered that. But yeah, I've never played Final Fantasy. Alright, so he has 5 skill points. Still can't. What is this one? Deals high lightning damage to all enemies. Ah, like that. Alright, so we need 1 more skill point for that. And you have 3. And you can only learn 1 thing. Fleuret Fury deals high single target physical damage 3 hits. If in virtuous stance, stay in virtuous stance, can break. Protects allies by taking damage in their place for 2 turns. Holy! Applies defense lifts to all enemies? Oh, I want that one. Deals, I just got chills from that. W first forehead kissy? Huge. Deals medium single target fire damage, 2 hits, applies 3 burn per hit. Defensive stance applies 2 more burn per hit. Mezzo Forte reapplies current stance and gives, oh my god, 2 to 4 AP? Holy shite. That's crazy. How was your week? I think it was pretty good. I think it was pretty good. Yeah. No complaints that I can remember, which I think would be a good sign. How's yours, Voices? When I first read that ability, when in virtuous stance, saying virtuous stance was enough to sell me on it. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, this is, wait, no. That was this one, right? I wanna get the guard down. Methinks. No regrets. Cool. And everyone's respawned now, right? Is that big fuck? That big fuck that we just fought respawned? Because I kinda wanna fight it again, just for fun, but like also at the same time. So I don't really know where to go from here. Oh, can I go to... I don't know if I've gone here yet. Oh, my bad. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Don't mind me. You guys are so cute. Look at you, Naruto running. Ah! Hold on. Chill. Look at you, Naruto running. Will you follow me? You do? Okay. You follow me here? Alright, we'll fight this guy. No regrets. A Flutterbane? That's the Jigglypuff looking one, right?
It's flowing.
Oh yeah, we got Pokemon cards. I opened Pokemon cards. The weather's been really nice. I got to hang out with my dad yesterday. No complaints. Oh! Nerdling, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Nerdling, how was your stream? Nerdling, making sure they keep their, most raided into Pixel stream record. Because that's what you had last year. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? I unironically think this battle theme that plays here in the second half of this area is extremely banger. It's so suspenseful and intense in a way, while still also being calm and collected. I would agree. Daylight, I like the way you think. I was body doubling as I prepare for my D&D game tomorrow that I'm DMing. Shut the front door. Have you DM'd before? It reminded me of playing chess. Chess stresses me the heck out. Give me a non-time limit chess where I could just sit there for 30 minutes thinking about my next move, and I'm happy. This whole timed chess, I can't do it. God, oh, you know what? I think it's just cold. Maybe I don't have chills. Maybe I'm just like cold. I'm really cold right now. Kyle's like, Dungeons and Dragons? Kyle's our DM for my mod one that we do. You have. Awesome. What kind of campaign are you gonna do? I mean, casual chess with no time. Yeah, because Daylight Demon. I played Outlast Trials. I love Outlast Trials, and they have chess in the waiting room for Outlast Trials, and that's like it's 5-minute chess, I think, right? Nothing's more stressful in my life than playing 5-minute chess in Outlast Trials. I finished running my Science Ignition game, which was a lot of fun. Hell yeah, that's the one that you play like aggressively with, right? And then when you do the mod one, you're just like a little bit more chill with us, right? That's the one, right? You're bringing back rooms and Dungeons & Dragons. I think you actually told me this before. Did you? Or am I like making this up? That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Where can I get that shirt, by the way? Oh, you know what? since the game is paused, let me check. Let me pull up my. Oh, there it is. Let me pull up my Etsy, because I know I got the shirt on Etsy a long time ago. But I'm gonna look through my orders, because I don't think I ordered like that much on Etsy, to the point where. Account settings? No, I don't want account settings. I hinted to it. Okay, gotcha. That sounds awesome. I'm so excited for you. You said that's tomorrow, right? There we go. Okay. Nope. Wait. Hello? God? Oh, no, it went away. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me check my orders. Sorry, I don't remember how to maneuver Etsy anymore. Purchases. Can I search? Search your purchases. Pokemon. Ooh. If the shop is closed, will it still show me it? Maybe Squirtle. No. Squad? I don't know if the shop is there anymore. Welcome back, Max. What was the name of the store? It's like it was something. It was Kawaii something. It was Kawaii something. I wonder if it's in my emails. I can check my email really quick. I got this like a long time ago. Like it has to be like 8 to 10 years ago, because 2015, 2016, right? Literally, a wizard wanted to go back in time to correct a catastrophe, but instead was brought to the 1970s of our modern world. He used his limited magic he had left to make some scientists begin to work with dimension doors, and thus created the backrooms. In doing so, he created a company to hide the experiments and made it a storage company. And they began to do extensive experiments, which caused no clipping in more than just our world, but also in the D&D world. Oh, that's right. Okay, I think you did say something along these lines. How interesting. That's going to be super fun. What the hecky? Oh, I'm so sorry, Max. Well, thanks for spending time with us. We're doing a 0 to hero. 0 to hero. Leech people. Was not my bingo card today. Wait, are you a D&D enjoyer too? I just recently got into Dungeons & Dragons, as in, Kyle, how long have we been doing Dungeons & Dragons? But Baldur's Gate 3 was my gateway drug to it, because I've always been interested in Dungeons & Dragons, but it wasn't until I played that I played Baldur's Gate 3 that I felt the confidence to play it at like an on-God session. Honest to God session. About 2 years, Disco's dead. Is that they're investigating disappearance. Oh, so they have no idea. That's so cool. Got to 16. You know what? I got dice, and I rolled a d20. I think I got a 16 on my d20 that I rolled, instead of like rolling on d20 in here. I just got an 18. I just got an 18 with my Lord of the Rings dice. I like this d20. She's good luck. I like her. Yeah, it rolls better than my rolls on d20. All right, let me try one more search, and if that doesn't come up, then I just don't know if I can find any more. Let's just try. That's the email. Oh my God. So I searched up me selling this shirt. I sold it for $9 on Depop, but it doesn't tell me where I got it from. That's so funny. So I sold this shirt for $9 before I bought another one. That's so funny. Live in the big mansion. Oh, what if I search kawaii? It was something kawaii. I got to work, bitch. Oh! No, that's not it. Is this it? Sorry, I'm like determined to find where I got this shirt. I don't know if the shirt's open anymore. Or, I'm sorry, the shop is open anymore. Okay, sorry. I had to, like, skim it to make sure that it was okay to approve. Ever since I knew about it via Pro Jared's educational videos on D&D DMing, I was interested in playing it. I was like, video games, but with pen and paper, and it's co-op with real people around a table? Sign me up, bitch. How long have you been playing D&D? It's a cool shirt. Thank you. It has the most awful material where, like, it attracts every piece of fuzz and cat fur and dog fur and pixel fur everywhere. And, like, that's the only, like, negative part about it. What was I doing? Oh, purchases. Pastel. I think I remember the name of the shop now. Was it Pastel Pixie? Is that the name of the shop? Not Kawaii? No. Shop Pastel Pixie. Kawaii clothing in Australia. Yes, because this was an Australian. This came from Australia. I think I found the shop. Search in this collection. Pokemon. Oh. Okay, how many things are gonna pop up here? Pokemon. No. Okay, I don't think they sell Pastel Pixie anymore. Or they sell Pokemon. I don't think you can buy the shirt anymore. Or at least not that from the same shop that I did. But it was Pastel Pixie. That was the name of the shop. And I got it from Australia. Because they used to have an honest-to-God shop. Yeah, they used to have like a website, Pastel Pixie, and then they made an Etsy store. Let me search Pastel Pixie Etsy maybe. Oh, I see an account. Ooh, there's actually quite a few accounts. I don't know if any of them are the real ones though. Will the real Pastel Pixie please stand up? No, that just shows me a bunch of pastel stuff. Pastel Pixie by Pastel Pixie store on Etsy. Oh! That's it. I don't know how to work. What website am I on? Pinterest? I don't know how to work Pinterest. Alright. Well, I think that's the most I can give you guys. Is that it's an Australian site. I got from Australia. Pastel Pixie is the name of it. And that's all I remember. And that's all I can really find. I don't know if you guys will have better luck finding it. Unfortunately. Hi, Alice. Alice, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, Rooster. I cannot find it. I can't find the shop or the Etsy store where I got it from. But, my stomach just growled, sorry. But I know I got it from a shop called Pastel Pixie. I just don't know where the shop is anymore. But it is Pastel Pixie. I'm so glad that I remembered that. The idea that we get to create our own RPGs as we play was so magical to me as a longtime RPG enjoyer before that. Favorite RPGs? Go. Mine's Dragon Age! And then, of course, Baldur's Gate. You've been playing for 14 years? Hi, Alice. Alice, what is this? Oh, is that a weed? I'm calling the police! Also, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. And I dare say it's still one of my favorite things about it. Oh, that's so cute. But me and my friends can't figure out the website. Oh! What do we play on? Roll20. Roll20 is what we play on, right? That's what we play on? Mods? Yeah, Roll20. That's what we play on. Alright, sorry. I've been off the game for a while. It's a blunt. Is that a weed? I'm calling the police. Persona. I still have never played Persona. Holy music, Batman.
Grace.
Fate is good too? I don't know if I've played that before. I'm so sorry. I know I haven't played that before. I don't know if I've heard of that before. What am I doing? Attack.
You.
Jasper, stop touching my butt. I should just regular attacks, honestly. fine, it's fine.
Take him down.
On me.
Okay, sorry, I forgot the timing of these guys now. Oh shit,
Ready to carry.
oh!
Don't die.
Okay, sorry, I forgot the timings of everybody now.
On guard.
Expedition 3 followed by Golden Sun for the Game Boy Advance and Skyrim. Oh, God, do I love Skyrim. The Wii! Quick, everyone lock up their lighters and butter. Butter! JRPG guy, then Western RPG. Alright. Pretend like I'm 5 and I don't know things. What is a JRPG versus a Western RPG? Also, if you don't want to answer that, because if that's like a really obvious question, I'm so sorry. I will Google that later. But I'm not sure. I know. Oh, wait, there was nothing up here. That's right. I'll rim your sky. Whoa, 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 whoa. So this thing really is just a big old circle. I get lost so much in this video game. Fall damage. Don't touch me. Stop, he's so fast. Stop. Can't catch me, gay thoughts. Okay. Whoa, you might catch me. Can't catch me, gay thoughts. Oh my god, look at them! Okay, that's actually super funny. Oh my god. Do you guys want to know what I thought JRP stood for? I thought it stood for Junior RPG. Like, a smaller version of an RPG. Okay, so Western is more like Marca. And JRPG is Japan RPG. Okay, so would Final Fantasy be a JRPG? I'm so sorry, I do not know. I don't mean to like, I swear to God, like I'm not stupid. I just don't know. You're a junior. I don't know that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. Now I can't do this. Oh, wait. What do I want to do? It's fine, whatever.
On me.
That's huge. This guy, he is big.
Big boy.
Ready to carry.
I'm gonna parry. I'm gonna not parry. I'm gonna miss both attacks, actually. Yikes. Oh, he didn't attack me. Nice. Oh, I didn't want him. Oh, I'm sorry. That's fine. Rubbish. Oh, wait, we got an explanation. Okay, JRPGs, Japanese role-playing games, typically feature linear, story-driven narratives with predefined characters, anime-inspired art, and turn-based combat. For example, Final Fantasy and Persona. While Western RPGs prioritize player agency, open-world exploration, character customization, and action-based combat. Would you say Red Dead Redemption is a Western RPG? I'm a whole heck of adventure, whatever. JRPG is a subgenre of RPGs. Originally, it was the Japanese style of doing RPG. Those feature largely linear stories you generally play through a party and have turn-based battles, even though there's also action JRPGs. The characters usually have some sort of skill tree and they are a set class, but there are exceptions. Okay. By that definition, Expedition is a JRPG style game from a Western developer. It breathes that design DNA, world map, and all. Now, what is Skyrim? Even though it's more GTA-like, Red Dead Redemption is a Western JRPG. Okay, I would agree with the GTA. Red Dead Redemption, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Cyberpunk are all Western. Okay, cool. I love examples. Examples make me happy. Skyrim is West. Okay, cool. Now, what is Baldur's Gate? Because I assume Final Fantasy is JRPG. Sorry, I'm learning. Today I learned TIL what a JRPG was because I literally thought it meant like junior role-playing game. Yikes. What did you think, Jasper? Why, you're so cute. I'm gonna eat you. Do you mind if I eat you? My stomach's growling. You're so cute. I can eat you. Is a suggested of Western RPG subgenre. Okay. Is a Western RPG series where the first 2 games and the third one are fundamentally different gameplay-wise. Okay, but you said Persona and Final Fantasy are JRPGs? Interesting. What is Fable? I remember playing the first Fable for like 10 minutes when I was a kid. And then that's all I know. Okay, do you want to jump up? If you want to jump up, jump up. But if you're going to be a bitch, be a bitch. But like, be a bitch over there. Do you want to jump up? Can we make a decision, my child? You're so cute. I want to eat you. Alright, well, I'm gonna make the decision for you, okay? Welcome to the family. Oh, I'm not clicked in the game. An isometric RPG. I looked up the actual name. Oh, you could have just said that you keep the tail. Chill. You could have said that you were just like, no, I know that shit, and I would have believed you. I begin to understand why you didn't know. Wait, why? Because I have no idea what I'm doing. I grieve not catching Trubbish. No, you'll get a Trubbish one day. Don't worry. Do not worry, friend. You'll get Trubbish. Okay, but seriously, I'm lost. Because I really don't want to fight that big chonker again. Not you. You I want to fight. But I don't want to fight. Is he not there? Oh, do I have to look to do it? And this climbing down led me nowhere, right? This just led me back to that. And that goes to there, which is the full circle. Is there anywhere else I can go? That just leads me back there. That leads me back there. Oh, Janoi. This game, I'm not gonna lie. I feel dumber playing this game than I've ever played any other game ever in my entire life. Hey, Trubbish is such a baby. I think it's adorable that you like Trubbish. Is he spawned? I can't tell. Because you largely asked about Western ones right now? Oh yeah, I have no idea. I am very ignorant. Can you see my cat? Oh, look at how cute you are. Take a kissy? No? Oh, my stomach growled again. Yikes! Alright. This is blocked for me. Oh, I can go back, though? That's nice. But if I jump down, I can't go back, right? Oh, no, I can't. I can go back. Can I? Okay. I can climb that. Mael, can you tell me where to go? I don't have to fight Big Chongus again, which is super nice. But also, I kind of wouldn't have minded fighting him again, just for the act of practice. Alright, I'm hitting a bunch of invisible walls right now. Okay, I still don't know where to go. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll backtrack even further. Adorable? Wait, what? Often just, like, stuff without knowing the labels for it, because this is something that has plagued my existence since ever. I am so annoying when it comes to liking things, because I'll like something. Okay, break that. Can I break that? This looks so breakable. Okay, whatever. I am so annoying when it comes to liking things, because I'll like something, and I will put in like 500 hours into playing something, but I won't know. Ooh. Please don't tell me that this is a complete new way and I just missed it this entire time. And I won't know anything about it. Like, no, oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself. It's been here this entire time. Is this new?
This looks new.
Fudge. Like for example, Dragon Age. Dragon Age probably arguably is my favorite game that's ever existed ever in my entire life, ever. And ask me what the game is about, what the lore is, name every single character that's ever existed ever, and I won't be able to tell you. But I probably have close to like, I don't know, 2,000 hours on that game. With all the different Baldur's Gate. Or Dragon Age. Okay, maybe I did come from this way. Hold on. Because did I fight someone big here? Nope! Yes! New progress. 2,000 hours? Probably, right? Maybe? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. On all the various Dragon Ages? Probably. El Rose. Kyle, what the fuck?
Hello?
My stomach can't stop growling. Shut up. Shut up. It's a trap! What is happening? You're gonna get punished. Oh, girl. I was gonna say, you don't see that?
Watch out!
You're right.
I'm sure that won't be a problem.
It only attacked when...
It's coming.
Oh, he's so cute! Gablu! Oh no. Oh no. What? Oh no! Curly pop! Okay, you do 3 jumps. Okay. Hold on. I gotta say thank yous. Hold on. Excusez-moi. First of all, thank you so much for the follow. And Kyle, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Lauren Cantation. Lauren, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Kyle, enjoy your Xmission 33 badge if you didn't have it already. Also, Kelga, thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And also enjoy your Xmission 33 badge if you did not have it already. This dude is so Gilby coded. Oh my god. So you want to hear something even more frustrating, Daylight? Oh my god, Daylight, you're gonna be like, oh, this bitch. I've only seen one Studio Gilby film. 3 guesses which one it was. I want to see more, but I've only seen one. All I know is more gay kiss, please. Gay? I love gay. Happy Pride. Almost. Sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. Okay, so Booty Slam does 3 times. Remember that. I love Pepsi Max. What's a Pepsi Max lover? 2? What happened to the first one? If you've seen Spirited Away, you'll get it looking at this dude. You know what I get? So Spirited Away is the only Studio Gilby movie that I have, or film that I have seen. Love it, by the way. But what I get from this dude is more Fifth Element. You guys know the Fifth Element aliens from like the beginning of the movie? The like big gold or bronze guys that walk like this? That's what I'm getting from him at the moment. Holy cat hair, Batman. Ugh, that was awful. Actually, we're gonna do this. Because this will take away your shields, right? Maybe, hopefully.
Lightning
Let's spill some ink.
They're dead. R.I.P. Pepsi Max lover number 1. This game is so peak. It's my first time playing it. It's my first time, and I'm sure you guys can tell because I'm so terrible at it. But we're here for a good time, not a long time, right, guys? Am I muted? No, we're not. Okay. What's up, Dan? Dan, how you doing? I kind of want to put my guard up. Do you guys mind?
Shields up.
Alright, Gustavi. We're gonna mark. Melee combo. Okay, that's only 2.
chroma is flowing.
Three. Okay. Early then late. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Loki.
Very hot, very tall, very talented. Also, I'm doing wonderful. How are you guys doing? Happy weekend. Happy heckin' weekend, guys.
I'm ready.
One, two. All right, I'm gonna start doing a right bumper now.
Flow.
'Cause I think I know his timing. Thunderfall, right? Because that did a lot of damage, no? I'll take it. Pepsi Max Lover, do you have the Expedition 33 badge already for the Twitch badges? Sure. Attack. Grabs flowers. I don't know how to fight that. Oh! Pepsi Max Lover 2! Thank you for giving us up to the Jokers 2002. Jokers, enjoy your 90 your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge on Pepsi Max Lover. If you didn't have it already, enjoy your Twitch Expedition 33 badge that you can now use forever. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. What the hecky? Lune attacks. Are you on fire? You're not on fire. We'll spark you. It is pink! Jump, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, too early on that one. Okay. So third one is slow. You are gonna do overcharge highlighting damage. This should do a lot of damage.
For those who come up.
I like that a lot. Oh wait, what are these? Can I attack the flowers? You're gonna heal yourself with the flowers, aren't you? You're gonna heal yourself with the flowers. Is no longer stunned. Oh, I forgot that you were stunned.
Sword is dead.
Oh, wrong one. Yeah, there it is. Oh, flowers, power! Oh, that's fine. What is this, Pikmin? What game are we playing here, brother? I love Pikmin, though. Pikmin is such a fun game. Crush! Crush! Sorry, Maya. Sorry, Maya. Hey, first try, though. I'll take it. Lumina lyrics, by the way.
Gustav, wait! It seems peaceful. As long as we don't touch the flowers.
Yeah, let's not get too sentimental. It's still a painter's creation.
What do you know that I know? You are so pretty, so cute. Holy hair! Flower, leaf, and love. Holy Rapunzel.
Putain!
What'd you call it? Puto?
Damn, Maya, what was that?
It felt familiar somehow.
Gustav, we won't understand what's going on if we kill everything that moves.
Look, a red tree. The gestural village must be ahead.
Gustav is so over
You
everybody.
know what Nevrons are capable of.
She'll be fine.
She'll be fine.
Isn't this man like 32 years old? He is so sassy. Shape of Health can be used at camp to upgrade the healing tint. What? This is a really pretty area. Except for the giant fungus amongst us. Ah, I see. Overworld now. Flying waters. Find your way through flying waters. I love sassy men who are over 28. Okay. Oh, you're asking for the Kane guy, right? Oh. Flashback. Stop. Okay. Do not disturb the water.
Still too far.
Being out here isn't what I expected.
As expected.
Smart ass.
Hey. You okay?
Death out here's not like death in Lumiere, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. I've have a foster child, right? But not like that.
Were those your parents? Don't
On the
answer that.
beach. That man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Nevrons we were prepared for, but not.
Were you though?
And now we finally found other survivors, and it's... You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gamage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but... The Gamage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I've been having nightmares.
Yeah, me too. Look, if death approaches, I want you to run. No, promise me. Run. Especially if we meet the man from the beach. We can't face him. You see him, you run.
Only if you do the same.
Oh, I'm running as soon as I see a strand of white hair, trust me. You won't even see me, I'm running so fast.
Oh, please, you're an old man. I can outrun you any day.
He wants that, yeah. You safe is all he wants, dude.
There was a time when 30 was young, you know.
Sure.
I thought I was gonna play him for a second.
Surprised to find you here.
Oh my god, I thought I was.
I
Okay.
hope we can trust him.
Oh, that's right. This is Mayel's friend.
Pictos.
Oh, I can't be Lune. Okay. Drama queen. RT if you cry. Oh my god, Dangles, you should have seen me in part 1 of the playthrough. Balling like a baby. Oh my. The curator offers you his services. Oh! Upgrade expedition resources. Because the curator can increase Lumina points for each character and improve tints by increasing their potency. Adding a Lumina point to a character costs 1 color of Lumina. There is no limit to the amount of Lumina points the character can have. Expedition resources. Improving tints requires special items. Each tint requires a different item. Improving tints increases their effectiveness. Each tint can only be improved twice. Interesting. Well, we have this, so let's upgrade this. And let's upgrade this. Perfect. Yep. And then you... Oh! Consume an Illumina point. Can I just, like... I'm gonna actually... You know what? I'm just gonna do that and keep some, because I'm not sure if I'm gonna need those in the future, so I'm just gonna do that. Upgrade weapons. Weapon upgrade. The curator can upgrade weapons. The list of available weapons for the current character is shown on the left of the screen. It can be sorted by power. Ah! Sorry, I'm gonna get cold. It can be sorted by power, by level, or alphabetically. Weapons are the main source of attack power. Passive effects from weapons can't be learned as Lumina and are only active if the weapon is affected. Equipped. I know how to read. Weapons also scale their damage from some of your attributes. For example, a weapon that scales with agility means that the more agility the character has, the more damage the weapon will deal. Its scaling power is defined by the associated letter ranking from D to S. I see. Oh, Gustav. Okay. The curator can upgrade your weapons using chroma catalysts. Upgraded weapons increases their attack power and attribute scaling, and can unlock new passive effects at specific rarity levels. Weapons of different qualities require different chroma catalysts to be upgraded. Oh, I have like a shit ton of this, and I only have 1 of these. I'm gonna upgrade this one. Yes. Yes. Upgrade a weapon once. Okay. I am happy with the upgrade. Yes. Yes. I'm happy with the upgrade. Cool. Okay. I'm done with you? Can I go to bed now? Invisible wall? Okay, I feel happy with that. Where's Kane Man? Oh, I'm sure we have not seen the last of him. And jump! Oh man, one day I'll be able to jump off this cliff. One day I will find a little break in the invisible wall, and I will fall to my death. I will fall to my death. I will find a crack in your system. And I will get out of here. I will fall out of here. Oh, can I yap to you guys? Yap, yap.
Told you Gestrels were real.
You did not.
Well, I thought it.
Good talk.
How did the Gestrels survive out here?
I'm not sure.
I can't wait to ask them. Gestrels.
Naughty. Gestrels. And that is like, I go sleep, right? This, we don't need to rest. I'm gonna rest just in case. Yeah, okay. And then I can just go to bed. Check up on the others, go to sleep, remember the current objective, write in the journal of Gustav's apprentice. Yeah, well, it's right in the journal. Yeah. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. He spends some time writing in his journal. He writes about how the arm they created for him was incredibly useful against water-type Nevrons. True. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
Gustav heads back. Cute. Remember the current objective. Find the Gestral village in the middle of the ancient sanctuary to find a way to cross the sea. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Oh. Would you mind terribly if I call it there, folks? Because I just feel like this is such a good compass. See, this outer world is the only place that like I feel like I know where I'm going. But when I get to like an actual world, sorry, there's cat hair everywhere. When I get to this, like, okay, I'm sorry, but this right here would be such a dope screensaver. Holy, wait, hold on, let me move it just a little bit. Oh, hold on. Right? Oh, this right here would be such a good screensaver with the bubbles on the right side. Just get rid of the HUD where it says open map or go to map. This right here, screensaver. Take a screenshot because I really like that. But I think it would be really cool as like a moving screensaver. You know? Can't I take like a movie or something? No, I'm just taking like 20 screenshots. Okay. Yeah, I think I am gonna call it there. This is a good stopping point, and it's late and you did a long stream Wednesday. It's true, I did. And I could definitely keep going, but I think this is a good stopping point for me in case like the next time I play Player Obscure again is not like, I don't know, 3 days from now or a week from now, which I hope it's not. But just in case it is, I don't have to like try to remember where I left off because I have really bad memory. Yeah, we did do 10-hour stream on Wednesday, and we're gonna be live again tomorrow too. Yippee! Which I'm not sure what I want to do because I really miss playing Outlast Trials. But also there's Twitch drops for Dead by Daylight with 2v8, and then 2v8 is a thing, and then there's also more Clear Obscure. So I might just do the same thing tomorrow, where I play some more 2v8, and then do Clear Obscure. I think I might do that again. Goodbye forever. She streamed for 3 days. You'd like that, wouldn't ya? 3 games at once? You know what? I have played numerous games on stream at once before. I remember I was playing... I made a TikTok about it. It was years ago. I remember I was playing Raid Shadow Legends on my phone. I was playing DBD on stream, and then I had Animal Crossing up as well. Oh my god, I have to do my Duolingo. Oh my god, yeah, we gotta end stream. Because I have to do my Duolingo. I don't want to lose my 120 Duolingo streak. It is almost easy, yeah? No, it's welcome to the fam. Welcome to the family. But I do have almost easy on this playlist. Oh. Yikes. Welcome to the family. Huge thank you for the follows, the raids, the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the biddies, the lurkies, the turkeys. And a big omega schlonger thank you to my mods for everything they do in stream and off stream. Yeah, I keep the music kind of quiet. You're welcome for the wubbies. Thank you for the wubbies. So yeah, again, we will be live tomorrow. Don't forget to follow me socials. There is a new video, a new YouTube up, new vid. Oh, me? Oh. They really do. They really do. Oh, that is my new vid. That's not the one I wanted though. But I do have a new video being uploaded tomorrow, which is part 2 of my Claire Obscure Expedition playthrough. This is part 4, so I have to edit and upload part 3. Let's find someone to raid. Oh, I know who we can raid. I wonder, I don't usually see this person on late. They're in a game, so that's a good sign. And they just got raided, so they have to stay up. If they're... I'm waiting for my PC to load the stream. I want to play raid tag this person because this person just raided us the other day. 4.5 hours? What's 4.5 hours more, Beeswax? We're gonna raid Beeswax! Beeswax is currently playing some 2v8, and they're doing open lobbies for anyone who wanted to play earlier didn't get a chance to. Beeswax is currently playing DBD, 2v8, open lobbies. Beeswax is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. Just raided us the other day. He usually streams earlier in the day, so I'm very gassed to see him live. Also, one more thing before we raid out. Don't forget that G Fuel just released their pre-orders for the Majin Buu Dragon Ball collection. If you guys use code KITTEN, you can get 30% off. I was drinking Nuka Cherry today, which is sold out at the moment. But there is a wait list. There is a wait list to get it again. But we're going to send the love over to Beeswax. He's awesome. You guys will love him. And he's actually good at the game, unlike me. So you guys will enjoy watching him. He gets so many flashlight saves. He's awesome. And yeah, I hope you guys have the best snap ever. I'll see you guys. No, thank you, Danko. So I hope you had the best snap ever. Also, don't forget to use whatever raid command you guys want. Loki, thank you very much. Love. Also, Loki, you're finally getting your package in. Sorry, it took me forever to go to the post office, but you are going to finally get your package, hopefully early next week. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably some more DBD than Clear Up Scooter Expedition 33. And don't forget to be kind. Rewind. Blockbuster. R.I.P. But yeah, if you guys could be anything in this world, be kind. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!
Special. About Mickey Lazelle doing this.
The prickle of transgression wrestles with your amusement of your own handiwork.
Good girl.